Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Hopefully, we're all here. We're all conscious. Alright, so I might be just a teeny bit sleepy still. How do you know we are conscious? Inception, if you think, therefore you are. As spoken by me, GrantZeebs. I have coffee with whipped cream because fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Get that whipped cream. Whip it into that coffee. Fuck it. Treat yourself. Lord knows I'm not treating myself right now, like properly. Like, I will be real with you. Like, I could very much have just said, fuck it, it's a Wednesday night, let me order like a double quarter pounder with like extra beef and extra cheese and all that. Let me get like a McFlurry. Let me get like, let me go through my packet of like, chili flavored peanuts and what have you. I could be a proper slob. I could have been a proper. Also, why is the fishing not working again? Excuse me. Fuck it, stream naked. You never know that. You never know that. Fish at night sky. Will that force it? No, it won't. All right, here's what we're gonna... Oh, because it's not connected. Why the fuck is it not connected? Honestly, what is... There we go. Cookie for Masonic. Here's your cookie, Masonic. All right, so we got the fishing working again, which is what we want. So we're okay there for the least. But yeah, yay. All right, so good work on getting a sailfish there, Night Sky. It's a very fast fish. But yeah, so where's my brain at? Yeah, like it would be very, very tempting to just say, fuck it, fuck everything. I'm just gonna like live my own. Ooh, a pair of keys. Maybe that will open up Vol's car. Maybe that's what it will do. But yeah, like as tempting. No, you can't use the fishing command, Masonic. That's reserved only to the moderators and myself. Nice try. Better luck next time. Oh no, Het's the one with the car, isn't it? Night Sky picked up a pair of keys, so they might open up your car. But yeah. More sippies, thank you. But yeah, so it's really tempting to just say, fuck it, we're gonna live a life of gluttony and sloth and just relish in whatever it is I can get thanks to the income from work. But I don't want to do that again. At least not right now. An Oreo Chromois. Well, that doesn't look like an Oreo. That looks like a fish. But yeah, like, did you know the stonefish is highly toxic? What, from Stone Ocean? Probably is. Hey, Het! The 2 cars, great. I do have a pair of car keys already, but let him try it. Yeah. So, like, you know, ever since July 1st, I've gotten back onto the intensive shake diet. Cause like I was kind of on and off again, on and off again, on and off again. And then throughout like May and June, didn't do it properly because like I easily like would always go for like a meal or something like that, even though I, you know, had shakes at home. And then, you know, I'd go to like Carl's Jr. or something like that on the weekend, or I'd do McDonald's because it was a bad day, or it would be Pizza Capers because it's a good day, or maybe popcorn because I was basically not following it whatsoever. And I'd never weighed myself and such. But since July 1st, I have gotten back into the, no, you can't touch these. Can't touch it. Do. But yeah, you can't, sorry, brain, not that you can't. So since July 1st, I have probably gone back onto the intensive shake diet. Now, there was one day where because of a workmate leaving, we went out for lunch or something like that. And so, like, it might have reset the clock on there, like, July 3rd. So, ever since July 4th, really. So, for the last 4 days, I have actually, like, gone back to the intensive shake diet. Because, you know, the lowest I was like 88 kilos. But that hasn't happened in a long time. Like, that hasn't happened for months. And for most of this year, I was above 100 kilos. Or I was above 90 kilos, and then for a good portion of it, over 100 kilos. And then I didn't weigh myself for like May and June, so I weighed myself in July, and I was like I was either like 115 or 118 kilos. I got proper heavy again, and I didn't want to relive the experience of being like 150 kilos, I'm sorry, what were you saying? I got distracted. Don't get... I'm down to 122 kilos. Nice work there, Masonic. So yeah, so right now I'm down to 111 kilos right now. So over the last excuse me. So over the last few days, I have now like properly gone back into the intensive shake diet like I should have. I've actually been really good about it. I had a trivia night on Tuesday. I didn't eat anything there. I just went for my diet shake before I went out there. And so I've just been subsisting on diet shakes, tea, and Pepsi Max. Nice burp. Thank you. So yeah, so at one point in the month, yeah, I was like 115 kilos. And now I am down to like 111 right now. So one of the things, so yeah, I want to try and be on this for at least a month minimum, because in late August, there's going to be, so like in 5 weeks or something like that, there's going to be the Feast of Friendship. So I know that's going to kind of ruin the day for me, but I can probably take that day as just as a cheat, and then on the next day go back into the diet shake properly, remembering to weigh myself each morning, because I feel like that's like, I think the autism in me needs to weigh myself. I think I need to do that, so then that way when it comes to, you know, being manageable with my diet and what have you, I'm actually like, you know, sticking to it, because, you know, I'm weighing myself, whatever, like I'm holding myself accountable, so that, you know, whatever it is I decide to do, like extra or something I decide to do that isn't appropriate, like the previous day, I'm picking up on that behavior like right at the get-go by weighing myself the next day. So yeah, so moving on over to the, oh, I totally forgot I had that screen open. Hang on. Ding dong. There we go. And I realized the source isn't showing. There we go. Yeah. All right. So yeah. So, you know, not too much going on in my life beyond that.
Hefideo Restaurant paid me to say from today on, the Zeeb kits will be known as Zoobies. Sourced by Onyx.
Pecs. They're known as pecs. Alright, I need to stop the music in the background because this thing has its own music. Alright, so we've already gone through Uncharted 1. We went through Uncharted 2. Now we can get started on Uncharted 3. So this one's been an okay kind of experience, I'll be real with you. It's had some, you know, positive moments. I can definitely see like the whole like Uncharted, like, you know, Naughty Dog wanting to like dig really deep into the whole cinematic experience. Wahoo. Ah, there's that classic Uncharted music. Listen to that. So yeah, subtitles are on, game hints, phone. Aiming is normal, aiming and fires with triggers. Everything will be in English. You made Coca-Cola cupcakes yesterday. Surprisingly, it worked. Wait, Coca-Cola has cupcakes? What do you mean Coca-Cola has cupcakes? There's no, like... There's a recipe involving Coca-Cola, is it? Or how did that work out? You said surprisingly it worked. Like, is it good? I can't imagine Coca-Cola, like I can imagine Coca-Cola as like you know, something in like sort of the realm of like, you know, either a root beer float, like a Coca-Cola float, or like an ice block, or like I can't imagine Coca-Cola in another kind of like food category, like a cupcake. It's a recipe involving Coca-Cola. Use Coca-Cola as an ingredient for cupcake. They're surprisingly light. Okay. Oh, hang on. I need to make new save data. There we go. Alrighty. I have 2 cans of Pepsi Max with me because I have no idea what my energy level is going to be like, because I'm day 4 into the whole, actually,
all
hang on.
men dream, but not equally.
I'm in the 5th day of,
Those who dream by night in the dusty recesses of their minds.
The 5th day of
Waken
like
the day
dieting
to
and what
find
have you, so we'll see
that
how
it
my
was
energy
vanity.
goes. Oh, that's
But the
London.
dreamers
I
of the
recognize.
Are dangerous men. For they may act their dream with open eyes to make it possible.
Rum cake
This
contains rum as an
I
ingredient.
did.
That sounds like a terrible cake. I've heard of rum ham, where it's like a leg of lamb soaked in rum. That's terrible. Alright. I don't know what we're gonna find in London, Drake, but probably information or some like important piece of treasure. Or not a piece of treasure, but like a clue or something. I doubt we're gonna find something that the Brits have not already found. They've plundered their land and plundered all kinds of other lands. Wonder why Drake and
up.
Sully are dressed up like they are.
Enjoying yourself, pal?
Oh yeah, you're a comedian.
Nice warm welcome.
They're both clean.
My apologies. One can't be too careful.
I'm guessing you're Talbot?
Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Drake.
That's right.
Do you have it?
Let's see the money first.
Cutter.
Ooh.
It's all there. Now let's see it. I'll need to authenticate it.
Of course.
It's a ring, like... Oh, is this like Francis
Silver.
Drake's ring?
16th century. Elizabethan design. Inscribed with Sir Francis Drake's motto. Well, it appears to be genuine.
It's Frodo's ring?
it's
No,
genuine.
it's Francis
may ask.
Drake's.
How did
I
you
think
two
it
come
did-
into this?
Does it matter?
Did Nathan have that in the first
My
game?
client will be very pleased.
Hold on a minute.
I think he did.
Sully, this is fake.
I assure you, Mr. Drake.
Whoa, whoa, you are right. This is phony as a $3 bill. What the hell are you trying to pull here?
Perhaps I should be asking you.
This is bullshit. Deal's off, pal.
And you? You can tell your client. You blew it. Come on, Nate, let's get the hell out of here.
You're not really in a position to negotiate. Now give me the ring, take the case, and walk out of here like gentlemen. While you still can.
Do as the man says, son.
Alrighty. Looks like we're gonna be in a bit of a bar fight.
Well now, that's ironic.
Pretty sure pool cues don't break that easily.
Come on.
Alright, we got our tutorial sequence.
Yeah, you and me. You ever got me? Come on!
Come on. No time to rest.
Sully's an old man, okay? Like, just give him a minute.
Son of a bitch!
There you go. The cook has some support.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Alright, so through the door we go. Or we just get stuck in the geometry.
Hey there, big fella.
Hi there, Velk. Can you play pool first? We broke all the pool cues. Ow. Okay, we're out of the room now, but it was his fault.
Here, you spilled my drink! Come on now, let's break out, will ya? Oh no, don't!
I'm pretty sure those two guys that I'm getting hit by are all the same.
Get him, lads!
This a private party, or can I join in?
My God, lads! Take him down!
Ow!
How you go?
Alright, here we go.
Man, this got out of hand in a hurry. Damn it!
Can I hit them into the video games?
You're not too busy.
Oh, cool. Ah, nice. I was able to throw him out the window. Okay.
Come on!
Yeah! Uh-oh. No, that's not clean. I was hoping to give you food. Oh, good there, head. Oh, good. I don't need any food. I'm on a diet right now. I want to try and get under 100 kilos again.
I'll be right with you.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Okay, ready for more.
Yeah,
Today
come
a
on.
restaurant paid me to say pretty hard when you Zeebs are already 80 kilos.
They're not 80 kilos. I don't have 80 kilogram breasts or anything like that. I gotta get rid of the stomach IRL. Ow. Yes! That has got to knock you out. That is porcelain. That is really fucking heavy.
You hurt?
Just my pride. They're gonna need a plunger.
Come on. Let's go, Nate. Here. You can get out the back.
Cool.
Stop him! I've got the old geezer!
Nice.
How's that for you?
Alright, come on. Come over here. I can see boiling pots. Come on, let me hit you into the pot. Hello, Sir Dragon.
Yeah.
Hello. How's it going? The toilet is broken. We don't need to flush, Het.
Crap.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, well, that was a cheap shot. Wasn't even paying attention then. Thank you for the Monster Hunter shirt, by the way, Sir Dragon.
Typical bloody Yank. All talk. Hey. You've had enough, haven't you, mate? Don't. Stay down.
Hello, Victor.
Kate?
Still wallowing in the gutter with your protege, I see.
Another British person.
Not very dignified for a man of your age.
So we went from, like, you know, unknown, like, you know, East European villain military thing from
Same
Uncharted
cocky little
2
shit.
over to the British.
Fearless. I wonder what you're really afraid of. Not bullets or blood or broken bones. No. You get off on all this, don't you? Cheating death? Or not?
No.
Mr. Sullivan, I won't harm your precious boy. I merely want what's mine.
Give me that back.
Cutter!
Oh, no. Oh.
Shut up!
You fool!
Oh, you're bloody welcome, Your Majesty.
Marlowe, we have to get you out of here.
Hey, Marlowe.
Oh, come on, they're a right pair of arseholes. What?
I'm guessing they're not actually dead. Because we had a 4th game. Or we're gonna be found in a hospital. Nope, they're just... Wait, is this a... Is this like... What's Mahuzi? Cartagena, Colombia. How far into the future is this? Okay, never mind. I thought we were gonna do a little time jump forward because, you know, Drake and Scully were shot, but okay, fine. Let's just have a little trip down memory lane that we didn't get from Uncharted 1 or Uncharted 2. Is this supposed to be Tom Holland?
All right. Here we go.
Greatness from small beginnings. Oop. Drake's ship is the Golden Hind. The Indian... So they got out from the Philippines, New Guinea, Java, Borneo. Or they ended up there for whatever reason. Okay.
Maybe upstairs.
Yeah, I figured. But yeah. Slow, small start there, chat. Slow, small start.
It's gotta be in one of these cases.
El museo cierra en 15 minutos.
No idea what you said, good sir. Like,
Wait, here it is.
okay, so that tiny ring, and then I'm guessing. Oh wait, no, we wouldn't have his journal because the journal is like stuck in his coffin or something.
Crap.
Did you really think you could just steal the ring from a museum, Drake? You're not exactly James Bond here. Hi there, Omega. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. We're just at the start of Uncharted 3. Sully and Drake got shot. And so now we're going 20 years into the past where Sully, like, he doesn't have white hair. He's totally fine. He's still got that mustache as well. And he's spotting the same thing as we are. Is he gonna try and steal a ring? Like, no fucking way. No.
¡Ah! ¡Te agarré! ¡Ratita callejera! ¡Suélteme!
So, I don't know what he's saying.
¡Bienvenida aquí! ¡Ah!
I wish they would have given us subtitles for that.
Pendejo!
No idea.
Oh, there he is.
Is there a way for me to run?
I gotta keep up with him.
There isn't a button to go faster.
Ah, there he is.
I'm holding. Hello. There we go.
Cuadro, ¿cómo estás? No me jodas tanto. Plátano verde para toda la vecindad.
Don't mind if I do.
Oh, come. No, that's rotten.
Vete de aquí, limosnero.
It was rotten anyway.
Didn't you see the flies?
Ah, now where did he go?
This way. Like, we haven't lost sight of him. He's right there. He is a white man in a green shirt with black hair. Like... Cookie for Leonis! Here's your cookie, Leonis. Hopefully you're having a wonderful evening. Meowdy. Meowdy. We've gone through, like, the first 2 Uncharted games. It takes, like, 2 or 3 streams to get through them. So we'll see how we go with Uncharted 3. Right now, we're just going through, like, a prequel moment. Like, 20 years ago, Nathan Drake. Alright, so he's over there. And right at the get-go, I can already feel like we might need a... I remember you climbing up this thing faster, but I suppose since this is like you as a child / teenager, this will have to do.
What's he doing in there? I need to get a better look.
I don't want to rush you, pal, but can you move it along? It's just that I got a lady with. You know how that is.
Sí, señor.
Aquí lo
Okay.
tiene.
That's a ticket. Gracias. Adios, amigo.
So long as he doesn't put his wallet in the back pocket, we should be good.
Can't go down that way.
Oh, jeez. Where do you want me going? Because that's the only place I can think of. And then... Oh, okay. So... Alright.
He's cutting through that building. I bet I can spot him from the roof.
Yeah, just don't fall down.
Oh.
There he is.
Who's your friend?
And that's Kate from the earlier part of this game. All right. Yeah. How is your evening or morning going, Leonis?
Don't want to lose him.
Hopefully it's going all right. I'm back into my intensive shake diet right now, so oop, already lost them. Oh, there they are. Never mind. Let's get moving.
Damn it. Don't want to go down there. I gotta find a way to get that wallet.
I'm guessing you're just gonna
Right there
pickpocket.
in his pocket. Now's my chance.
It seems we have some
Here we go.
I got an idea. We can while away a few hours.
There is no way that you were able to. Come on, Sully, you're better than that. And Drake's gonna bump into someone. Yep.
Suélteme, viejo!
Let's try that again.
Let go of me.
Ah, that's what I thought. Now don't try to run. You're a long way from home, son.
Don't call me that.
Parents must be worried about you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not likely.
Thank you for the Pornhub
Okay,
shirt.
sore subject. That was a nice lift back there. You're pretty good.
I don't know what you're talking about, old man.
Hey, don't call me that. Your technique is really sloppy, though. You're telegraphing all your moves.
You're crazy.
Yeah? You've been tailing me all over town. Probably figured me for an easy mark. But you picked the wrong guy, pal.
Is he gonna run?
What?
My wallet. Fine. Maybe we'll just call the police.
Go ahead. Of course, they might wonder why a middle-aged tourist is following young boys down alleyways.
You are a crafty little beggar, aren't you?
I know how to take care of myself. Anyway, I'm pretty sure you don't like the cops any more than I do.
Good point. Kid.
Well, at least Sully isn't low enough to just start punching a kid.
Had to try.
Of course you did.
And he stole the key. He most certainly has stolen the key at this point.
Telegraphing all my moves, huh?
Alright. I only redeemed it twice and it gives 4 fishing. Oh. Odd. Okay. Let's try this again. Alright. Should only do it once now. Because there was an issue earlier where it didn't do it, and so... There was an issue where it didn't do it, like, earlier for Night Sky, so I did, like, a reconnect or something. Alright, let's have a look. So it makes a mention of 1.
What if we held hands?
Hi, Blue! Welcome, welcome! I hope you're doing alright. Welcome to the stream! Hi. Yep, alright, it does it properly now. It does it properly. How's it going, Blue? Alright, onto the blue thing, yep. Alright. Over the glass.
There it is.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, that was close.
Alright. In the window we go. Whoa, okay. Oh, hello, there's a... Nice. Alrighty. But for how long? Until move the mouse... oh, yeah. Sorry. There we go. Now we're good. How is your evening going, Blue? What did you try? There is no way that that ring is gonna go into that, is it? Of course it does.
Damn it, kid.
Why, Victor, look who it is. The filthy little stray that made off with your wallet.
If you could have just...
You haven't got a chance. Just hand it over.
Now, the ring.
What ring?
Oh, this is gonna be trouble.
Catherine!
Who do you think you are, boy? You're nothing but a...
Okay, so she has the gall to slap a child.
You're not fit to touch these objects.
What the hell do you think you're doing? He's just a kid.
Stop him!
Stop the boy!
Holy crap.
He has the ring!
Yep, yep, yep.
Door down!
Oh boy.
Oh god.
No, don't... How am I terrible at this chase sequence?
Not this time, kid.
Oh, Jesus.
Chains! Break it! Hurry!
Let go!
Shit!
Alright, here we go.
Oh, crap. Who the hell are these guys?
The Illuminati, or whatever the British equivalent of the Illuminati is.
Bastard!
Enough of this! Shoot him!
Oh, shit.
Are they shooting at me?
Don't...
You run up here!
Go. Oh! Okay, that wasn't the proper jumping. Why are you tired, Blue? Why are you tired?
Beat it, kid!
Thank you, Sully. You have no reason to do that for me, but thank you anyway. Okay, that's where it wanted me to go. And that rail's gonna... Yep. Thought so. You are lucky. You're doing more work than you have to. What, for like your job or for your hobby?
Got him!
Excuse me, coming through. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Sully, for, you know, stopping men from shooting at me. And that glass is gonna break. Well, thankfully it didn't break for me, so we got that going, I guess. Oh, you're really taking me. Oh boy!
Look what we have here. Whoops.
That's not gonna do well.
You all right? What are you
Why does
shaking?
this sound like Talbot? Toby.
Just close your eyes. This won't hurt a bit.
All right. Why are you helping us, Sully? Like, we are a kid. We stole your key in order to steal the ring that you were gonna steal anyway.
You're okay, kid.
Like, should we trust you? Like, there isn't exactly Honor Among Thieves, title of the Uncharted 2 game.
You can relax, kid. We're safe here.
But why?
Go on.
Elsa, did you get me a Coke while you
Suit
went for a
yourself.
beer?
You don't want it.
Damn, that's a big scar.
What do you want from me?
A little gratitude would be nice. I did just save your ass back there.
But why?
Thanks. But what's in it for you? I mean, you're a crook, right? You gotta have an angle.
You
Going
are
for
one
a
piece
beer,
of work,
Derek.
kid. What's your story, anyway?
Look, mister. No offense, but I don't even know you.
Easily remedied. Victor Sullivan. This should be the part where you introduce yourself. Okay. Suppose you tell me what's so special about that ring.
It belongs in my family. I'm just taking it back.
Passed down from Francis Drake himself.
That's right.
I don't know how to break this to you, kid, but Drake didn't have any heirs. No children.
Well, not with his wife back in England, anyway.
Okay, good point. Let me see it. Come on, kid. If I was gonna take it from you, I would have done it by now. Thank you. So, what is this? Parvis
Sic Parvis Magna. It means greatness from small beginnings. That was his motto.
Yeah?
You see, Queen Elizabeth gave it to him in 1581, when he got back to England after circumnavigating the globe. That's when she made him a knight.
Cool.
You sure as hell didn't learn that on the streets.
Hello.
How's a kid your age know
Who's
Latin?
that?
The nun sort
Baguera
of insisted on it.
Uh,
Kientre.
So...
I'm probably
like a
butchering that
orders-
pronunciation. I'm so
a nice
sorry.
word
The
for it.
American in me is not
Okay.
great with names.
So
Actually, the
what was all
autistic
that
in me
business
isn't really
with
great
the
with
ring
names,
and that
or the
astrolabe
Australian.
thing back there?
Why don't you tell me? You're the one working for him.
Look, kid. A client wants something, I obtain it. For a price. I don't ask any questions. It's just a job.
Look pretty friendly to me.
Grant Johnson, the most
Yeah,
famous
well.
of the Zebras Johnson family.
Anyway.
Fun fact.
I'm pretty sure I'm fired.
Fun fact. Did you know that there is a subspecies of zebra called Grant's zebra? Look it up. There is one. Bougreau. Bougreau Piniere, is that how I say it?
Okay, look. First of all, that was no astrolabe. It's some sort of decoding device. Check this out.
Okay.
On his way around the world, Drake sailed through the East Indies. Only he says that it took him 6 months to get from here to here.
Yeah, so?
So it doesn't add up. He was way too good a sailor for that. It would have taken him a month, tops. He was hiding something. Something big.
How
There-
big?
Like secret mission from the Queen big.
Francis Drake was
Like
apparently
aliens
doing
and plundered
so
treasure
much
that hasn't
nonsense
ever
in
been
this area.
recovered. Big.
That big?
That big.
And that decoder has something to do with it.
I would bet my life on it.
Oh, swell. And Marlowe's got it.
Won't do her much good without the key.
Just Begro, it's a surname of one of the most famous artists. Unfortunately, didn't paint zebras. Zebras are very difficult to paint anyways.
And you still
It's
haven't
fine.
told me what you want from me.
Fun fact, like all the stripes and such like that is meant to be used as like a confusion tactic of like, you know, confusing how many zebras there actually are in a pack and such when they're all tight-knit.
Thanks. But I'm doing just fine on my own.
Yeah.
Sure you are,
Clearly.
kid.
What do you say we try this again? My friends call me Sully.
Nathan Drake. Nate.
Drake, huh? Okay. I see great things in our future, kid. Great things.
Awesome. I'm just scratching. Is it the 2011 game? Is that when Uncharted 3 was released? Then yeah.
And they're gone. All right, lads?
Oh, okay, so they were just squibs?
Oh, God. Thought you were gonna put a silencer on that thing.
Sully, you got no sense of drama.
Right.
Also, you shot a gun twice in the British streets. They don't have guns willy-nilly in England. Someone's gonna call the cops.
What do you mean? I hardly touched you.
You headbutted me.
All right, all right. I got a little swept up in the moment. You were the one who said make it look realistic.
Better stay on his good side.
All right, Broads, look sharp. They're coming your way. Don't lose them.
Told you they'd take the bait.
How long do you reckon before they realize this is a fake?
Who cares? Finally flushed them out.
And now we just follow him back to their hole.
You do realize you make everything sound dirty.
I do?
Just a little bit, Sully.
Let's get moving.
Well, hurry it up, Nate.
Shit.
Uncharted was the coolest of games. Uncharted, like...
What?
For me personally, like going through this, like, you know, once a week, like all the Uncharted games so far, I can definitely understand, like, you know...
Yeah, all right. It'll all be over soon. It'll all be over soon. It'll all be over soon. That's it, that's it, that's all.
Are you afraid of the dark, or are you afraid of tight spaces?
What the hell is wrong with you?
Nothing, I'm fine.
No, you're not. That's not quote-unquote fine. Alright, check that.
That's blocked. Wait, we can get around this way.
Yeah, right. Or we could just use a little muscle.
Oh. There's a thought.
Well, that's annoying. I thought I was really clever by doing that.
The wall's too high.
Yeah. Let's move this thing over there.
I got it.
Here we go, here we go.
Put your
But yeah,
back
like
into
this
it, mate.
game
We haven't got
here,
a bloody
like
night.
this, Uncharted, Uncharted 2, like they definitely like struck gold in terms of like what the gamer was after and what have you. And I'll be frank with you, gamers are very easy to please sometimes, all right? We're not very complicated creatures, all right? So having like, oh, here's our Indiana Jones experience with a character that we weren't allowed to use as Indiana Jones, but we also can't use Lara Croft. So here is our answer to the Indiana Jones / Lara Croft missing. So, if there will be opportunity to invade zoo and ride zebras in GTA 6, will you sue Rockstar for abusing zebras? Nah.
Evening, lads.
All right, darling.
Oh, hey, she's
Looks like Chaos
alive.
put you two back out.
It was a thing of beauty, Chloe.
I went off without a hitch.
You're unusually quiet. What's up your bum?
Oh, well, Charlie seemed to enjoy himself a little bit too much for my taste. My ears are still ringing.
Oh, for God's sake.
Helps if you have something in between. Well, it looks like I missed out on some fun.
Yeah, you did, actually.
What about
It was very,
Elaine?
very,
I liked Elaine.
It's funny.
It's
Do you have any
the
trouble?
801 prototype.
Easy
It's not
peasy.
even a well. It's not an
sure they
801
didn't see you
prototype
trailing
because
them?
801 was already
chance.
released by this
Sorry.
point.
Which door's
This is
scary
Chloe,
pockets
where they're
are
just
behind?
Behind that
trying
one
to
there.
go with an entirely
green one.
different, like femme fatale.
They drove in ages ago, and it's been dark ever since.
But yeah, no, I'm not
still
going
in there?
to like.
Well,
Okay, this is going to be a bit of a take. All right, this is probably going to be a bit of a take, but I'm not enthusiastic about GTA. I have GTA 5 sitting somewhere in like my Epic Game Store library or something or rather. I have GTA 5 because of like the PlayStation Plus subscription and what have you, but like, frankly, that's not like, you know, really high up on my list. Like, sure, I've gone through Red Dead Redemption before streaming. I've gone through Red Dead Redemption 2, which was really great. But I'm not someone that's probably going to be streaming Grand Theft Auto 6. In actuality, I reckon, much like Red Dead Redemption 2 was seen as like some massive critical success in the eyes of the critic, but was not seen as like a huge success for, you know, Take-Two or Rockstar in the long term, because Red Online wasn't all that enthusiastic for people to play into, and everyone just went back to GTA Online on GTA 5. I reckon that there is going to be something that is just missing with GTA 6, and because of it occurring during the opening, like, you know, window for GTA 6, I imagine we're going to get a Phantom Menace sort of problem with it. Like, everyone is so hyped for GTA 6. Like, this is the biggest game that's going to be, you know, coming out of, like, the decade in a lot of people's minds. They're like, oh, this is going to be incredible. We're going to have, like, you know, so much enjoyment from this. It's going to solve all my problems. It's gonna, you know, be a graphical update in every step of the way. It's gonna solve the online discourse. It's gonna solve the online economy. It's gonna solve the real economy of the video games. It's gonna bring my wife back. I'm gonna see my kids again. Like, some people are treating it like that. I reckon it's not gonna do that. I reckon we have overhyped GTA 6. And because of the fact that it's like, number one, we've already had this delay twice. We've had it go through, you know, crunch culture in Rockstar. And more recently, we have seen that Rockstar and Take-Two see the numbers, and GTA Online get some fucking bank. And they still get bank while they're selling shark cards and what have you. If GTA 6 doesn't know how to handle doing like the online environment while GTA Online from GTA 5 is still running, like, I imagine there could be some problems with people going over to GTA 6. They play through the game. They're going to have their like, oh, it's so amazing. You can see the horse's balls shrink in the water or that kind of nonsense. And then it's going to, you know, they're going to get done with the story, and then they're going to be like, well, now what do I do? And I feel like we're kind of seeing it already, because there's a premium package to GTA 6, and that premium package apparently holds storefronts. It holds, it has like some items that are like, oh, you can get this ahead of time, which is like, yeah, that's okay, that's fine. But then it has things like, oh, you can have a chop shop. You can have a storefront with all these other weapons and gear and such, but that's behind the premium. And they have a raid or something, or some sort of side quest thing. They have a vehicle restoration side quest also behind a premium tier. So, like, are we going to get a lot of these kinds of side quests? So this is going to be seen as, like, you know, inconsequential that, you know, one or two of them are away? Or is this going to be a case of Rockstar doesn't have enough side content, and this premium package is used as to just quickly drain people of a little more money before they go over to GTA Online? Your eyebrows are so thick, they're even thicker than your eyeballs. Yeah, it's just eyebrows. Like, look at that. My buddy from the UK told me everyone in England is packing in, and that the movie Hot Fuzz was not lying.
These are really necessary? I mean, it's not like they're expecting us.
Don't underestimate these blokes. They're not messing about.
Hey, we're just gonna sneak in, and we sneak out. Just like that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Hopefully so,
Any
hopefully
trouble?
so.
You shoot first and ask questions later, all right?
We're getting a new heist in the current GTA Online with quality of life updates as well. Okay, okay. Do you think they're... Okay, so are you like... Maybe Night Sky... Actually, I'll wait till the advertisement is done before I, you know, probe more questions to Night Sky.
Ew.
But do you reckon that GTA 6 will utilize the same GTA Online as in GTA 5? Do you think they're going to do, like, what do you think they're going to do to GTA 5's GTA Online? Because GTA 5 and GTA Online is based in Los Santos, but GTA 6 is based in Vice City, an entirely different region in the GTA universe. Like, what do you think they're going to do to GTA Online there?
Well, we're not going to just barge in the front door and find out.
No, we can't afford to waste time standing here.
I'll find a way.
She looks
to check it
very,
out.
very similar. I
You
think
two
she was a
stay here.
prototype for modern Ada. Previously was Square Pixel Ada. Okay. So. Oh no. There we go.
You all right up there?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's not like
Sorry
you're
about
helping me. Go. So this is the point where they started doing the yellow paint, I think. It took us two Uncharteds, and now they're doing the yellow indicators and what have you. Because I remember my complaint in the first one was like, you just didn't really have a good idea as to like what was like climbable areas and such, because it wasn't like there was only so many like different areas you could like traverse and what have you. Ow. But now it looks like, you know, in order to differentiate like, you know, high quality environment to traversable environment, they've now introduced the yellow paint.
Wait a minute, where did it go?
Alright, and then still a big drop, so we're not gonna deal with that nonsense anytime soon. But we are gonna pick up this.
Nanny?
What is he doing? Is he a thief? Yeah, he's a thief. Alright, don't... Okay. And then drop here. Drop here. And drop there.
Where the hell did they go? This doesn't make any sense.
Well, let's get the rest of the crew in so they can help us. Shame on him. Or is he a thief Robin Hood like? He's a thief Indiana Jones like. He's someone that's like, ah yes, this belongs in a museum. When in actuality they're taking it out of like the home region and what have you.
You sure this is the right one?
Yes, the green door, I'm sure.
Nate, we are losing time here. And that damn briefcase is looking better and better.
All right, come on. They didn't just vanish into thin air, right? There's got to be an explanation. Just spread out and look around.
Well, my first guess is...
They were here, all right. I can still smell the exhaust.
Yeah, and then
Tire
there's...
tracks. Still wet from the rain. Looks like the car turned here.
And then... Yep.
Hey, check this out.
Come on, you're supposed to be the smart one. What are we missing?
Stand on the platforms.
Some kind of mechanism.
Yeah, maybe. 4 tires, 4 points of contact. Sully, stand right there. You two, back there and there.
He punished those who steal from the museum? No, he just
everybody, on 3.
takes
Ready?
shit and then he
1,
sends it to a
2,
museum.
3.
And?
Well, this has got to be it.
Oh, there we go.
Wait, it's the light. Sully, aim your beam at the wall.
That
Like
way
headlights.
there's 2 beams like headlights. There we go. Nice. He's a No, he's not. He's a capitalist. Nathan Drake is a capitalist. So in the first game, by the by, swindled some money to get himself a boat so he can illegally go into international waters and go to what was the coordinates to Francis Drake's coffin. The reason why he went there is because Francis Drake's coffin was empty, except for his journal. And in the journal, it was sort of an explanation of where you can go to find El Dorado. So in the first game, they were going to a random island in order to discover El Dorado, the city of gold, and all that kind of nonsense, and get themselves some really cool gold. In the second game, they went over to Tibet and they were going to Shambhala in order to find like some pretty sapphire stone, but really it wasn't a sapphire, it was resin that would make super soldiers, and so they burned Shambhala in order to stop that from happening. Now we're over into the third game where by using Francis Drake's ring and some weird sextant or astrolabe, apparently it's a decoder to something in the middle of the Philippines.
Nate, just who are we dealing with here?
British
There's
people.
only one way to find out. We'll track the car. You head back to the
So
van.
we're thieves, much like the other group, but we're more like thieves that are like, you know, we're morally better thieves than the other thieves because we don't kill other people unless they're trying to kill us.
So I've heard.
Takes private property, nationalize it. Basically, it's government property, the same as communists did in 1920 in the USSR.
Well, I think we agree this is more than...
Do you get money when you nationalize it?
Who drives their car underground?
Oh, well, let me think. Someone who doesn't want to be followed, you know, it's just a guess.
Smart ass.
Looks like they bored straight into the old service tunnels.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Faded! Why you gotta go stealing my shirt like that? That's uncalled for.
It's locked.
Not for long. There we go. Welcome, welcome. We're going through the third Uncharted game. How do I say your name again? Bugro is saying that, that Nathan Drake is a communist. Actually, you know what? There's probably a really good way to do this. Ding dink, dink donk. Hang on. Ding donk. Exclamation point say.
Bugaro Pontra.
Bugaro Pontra. There we go. Bugaro Pontra. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly.
I think.
Lead on, McDuff.
Oh, for God's sake.
What?
Lay on. It's lay on, McDuff. Can we hurry it along, please, mate?
Yeah.
All right back there?
Yeah, you know, just not keen on the old tight spaces, that's all.
Yeah, that man's claustrophobic if ever I've heard. There we are.
Oh, thank God for that.
Where the hell is McDuff?
Is there no bottom to your ignorance?
Well, I don't know who McDuff is as well either, so you could at least explain it to me. Like, I don't know British culture.
What's that? I see them.
Oh, yeah, nice one, mate.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh. What are you doing? Keep the silencer.
Oh, okay, they won't let me swap. Okay. I thought I could at least pick up the ammunition from it, but okay. I would think that if anyone fits that criteria, it would be Indiana Jones. His whole thing was, it belongs in a museum. Okay. Yeah, but it belongs in an American museum. So, like, he's going into the, like, you know, say the Middle East or anything like that, and he takes it to an American museum for, like, you know, shits and gigs, and maybe to get some money off of it. He only works as a teacher part-time. All right, do not get electrocuted by the water.
Oh, that is a long way down.
All right, well, good thing we just jump. And we make our way down.
Careful, it's slippery.
There we go. Anything else cool here? No, there isn't. All right.
There's more of them. Get down. Wait until they're close enough.
All right. We just gotta wait very, very quietly till they're a little bit closer.
Okay. Ready when you are.
Just a little bit closer. Just a little bit.
I see them.
Christ, have you forgotten how to shoot?
I wanted to do like a stealth punch.
What's around?
I wanted to do a stealth punch. I wanted him to come up and then I just like grab him and, you know, never mind.
There's a passage up there.
And
Cool.
a ladder.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Looks like it's jammed.
The yellow is so
see if I
fucking
can lose it.
prominent in Uncharted 3 right now. Like, this wasn't there in Uncharted 1. Uncharted 2, there was like a little bit of an indicator, but you still had a little bit of a moment of, I don't exactly know where I need to go, and like
there's some
even
sort of
while
gate up
trying
there.
to find like, you know, the ledges you can climb and such like that, it wasn't super, like at least in my mind, it didn't seem super obvious. Whereas in Uncharted 3, this does feel obvious. This feels like really obvious. And it feels like it like every step of the way so far.
How about you, Cutter? A little help here?
Sure, I got you.
All right. Grab you. And where are you going? Ah, okay.
All right, ready? Pull.
Pull. Come on, pull! Pull! There we go. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, Charlie, come on.
Been waiting for this one tabletop RPG to fully release. It's inspired by Pokemon, but it's meant to be a bit more nature. All that's available right now is the free quick start. This is giving me ideas for a campaign. Does Pokemon have a tabletop RPG? That doesn't sound like... I feel like Pokemon would definitely create a tabletop RPG. Like, I feel like they've been around long enough that they must have done so. There's no way that all they've done is just, you know... Pokemon has 2? Okay, that's even more impressive. Neither are... Oh, okay, well that doesn't count. I don't care. Neither are official. Like... I don't care what you tell, like, unless it's official, they don't have one. You could tell me that Pokemon has a sex game, but it's not official, which means they don't. You can read about the Bulgakov, the Heart of Dog communist Bolsheviks, went to a professional doctor because he had 7-room apartments that he earned by working all his life, and they wanted to rationalize some rooms because they're separate kitchen. They said he can eat in his bedroom instead. Yeah, that sounds like something Australian landowners would do. Would be like, ah, yes, I want to try and have 7 different leases in this 7-bedroom home. They can eat in there. Hey, Artemis!
We'll break our damn necks.
What? Hi. I'm guessing you're done with all of your evening tasks now. If you're, you know, taking my shirt and what have you. It's already been taken a few times. Hi. No official ones, no. Many fans made stuff, but yeah, nothing made by the company itself.
I don't know, mate, but whoever they are seriously weird.
We are now in the London Underground.
Look at the ironwork.
Well, it's got to be Victorian, maybe older.
Man, all this stuff's been rusting for a century.
Nope, but I felt the need to steal the shirt. Okay. Keep your secrets then. Alright, is there anything for us to grab? So there's an elevator there. That's about it. Hopefully the elevator still works. True. They could make so much money off of it, but that would require them to leave their comfort zone. They took a massive risk with the Pokemon Legends games. They didn't take that much of a risk with the Pokemon Legends games. The real risk that they took was Pokepedia. That one was a proper risk. And here's the thing, is that Pokemon actually take a risk all the time.
See if they can dislodge it.
Pokemon has a manga, several different kinds of manga. They've done Pokemon Concierge, they've done Pokemon Sleep, they've done the Pokemon trading card game on mobile isle, they've done Pokemon Go, they have done a Pokemon Fighters, they've done Pokemon, like, you know, MOBA. They have done a lot of different things. Like Pokemon is one of those, like, you know, is one of those IPs that actually do invest in like weirder ideas. The only issue is that they just haven't done a lot in the video games area, because that they know will make money. What they have experimented in has been in everything else outside of video games. Because if you create the video game fan, then you can make them fans in everywhere else. By the way, it's an history novella, some related to your furry, because the professor transplanted some parts of his brain to the homeless dog and then transforming into a human. What? That is weird as fuck.
That ought to work. There we go. Got it?
Yep. Take your time.
Oh my gosh, that's a little bit scary. Go, 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 go. Alright, hopefully we didn't crush our friend.
What the hell is this place?
Alright.
Oh shit, get down!
Alright, hopefully none of the henchmen look up. You have one more stop before home, so I must away for a bit longer, but I shall return soon. All good, Artemis.
All right. From here on, no more guns.
Alright. Please don't crash into the other chandelier. Alright. Dink, donk, bam. Ooh.
Hands up.
Oh, we must have taken a wrong turn somewhere.
Yeah, is this King's Cross?
Don't move.
Hey, you got us all wrong, man. We're from Cleveland.
Yep. And strangled. He could have almost shot himself as well.
Atta boy.
And it won't let me pick up his gun. Gosh darn it.
What the hell kind of place is this?
I've never seen anything like it.
This is a little crazy.
Some sort of train station or something.
Yeah,
The tabletop you're waiting for is called A Monster's Tale. It's basically a fake Mon tabletop RPG, but it's not married to the Pokemon franchise. It's also, as you said, more mature. You was talking to one of the artists earlier, and he showed me the art for this fucking dongi that's based on beer kegs. Its mane is made of the hops, or fizziness that's always on the surface of beers. That sounds fucking awesome! Hang on a second. Opera GX. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So, ding dong. What was it? Monster? A Monster's Tale. A Monster's Tale tabletop RPG. A Monster's Tale quick start by the 5 Point Games. Ah, okay, so they started a quick starter. Let's have a look. All the basic moves and mechanics needed to run the basic game, rules for character creation, as well as conditions and status effects. Then there's the 8 core playbooks, the captain, the champion, the doctor, the idol, the professor, the mystic, the smith, and the transfer. 30 Genmon. Okay, I'll be frank with you. Like, yes, Pokemon really was onto something when they, married Pocket and Monsters and then mushed them into Pokemon. And then Digimon had Digital and Monsters and smushed them into Digimon. But can we stop using Mon for the shorthand of monsters, please? Like, we have other words. We can go with pets. We can go with companion. We can go with animals. We can go with so many words besides monster. I agree, Genmon sounds nonsensical. Yeah, it does. Like, Genmon, I'm gonna be frank with you. Gen, you've already lost me at Gen. Like, what are you supposed to be? Generational? Genetic? Genesis? Like, Gen doesn't really work. But Digimon was before Pokemon. But the point is, there wasn't that many. And, we could have done Neopets. Honestly, you know what they could have done? They could have gone gen pets. They could have gone with. Hang on a sec. You know what? Let me open up the thingamadiggy again. What are they calling their monsters? Includes all for starter Genmon, rules of Genmon. Like, why? Why is Genmon short? Why is the Genmon short, please? 2 weeks mark, GM, view. All right, hang on. Do they explain to me, like, blasting off again, once again, that's a little bit too close to Team Rocket. We got 4 starter Gen, like, again, like, why Genmon? Like, what is Gen and Mon? So, a monster capture game powered by the apocalypse. Like, you could have gone with the nuclear. You could go with nuclear pets or Rady pets. You could have gone with Rady pets. You could have gone with any kind of, like, you know, shorthand and for like pets or creatures or radiation, but no, you had to go with Genmon. Like, this could be a cool system, but why are we attached to using Mon for demonstration of monsters or pets and animals and creatures and what have you? Could be worse. There's another tabletop RPG called Maja Monsters. You want me to ask them? I'm in their Discord. Yeah, go ask them. Like, what decided them? What made them decide on Gen and Mon? Like, why are those two words, like, you know, married together when they have very similar naming scheme to Digimon and Pokemon, 2 IPs that, you know, kind of play, like, what's more is Digimon as well uses the Mon even more. You can't get past a Digimon without them using the Mon in their name, like Agumon, Kabumon, Terrymon, Battlemon, Beastmon, Leomon, Lionmon. Like, they just use Mon in Zeebmon. Yeah, like, that's probably a legitimate monster in Digimon is Zeebsmon. All right. Sorry. Rant over. Boobies. Oh wait, no, those aren't boobies. Those are, what? Actually, are they boobies? They look like boobies. Like, look at that. It looks like they got long necks and boobies. All right, so they got like some. All right. Is it this guy? Nope.
Get back.
Oh, okay.
Take them out quietly.
By the way, for a long time, Mikhail Bulgakov's work was banned in the USSR, and people who read or distribute them were executed, allegedly because of their anti-communist rhetoric. Oh, kind of like 1984, how it had like communist ties in, according to the Americans, but then in 1984 over in Russia was banned because of their capitalist ties or democratic things. Ooh, Tudors.
What?
This place is really starting to give me the creeps.
Cool stuff. My girlfriend does, like, you know, Artemis Snap, what she was in here earlier. She does, like, you know, some medieval reenactment stuff, but it's like, you know, creatively anachronistic, so it doesn't need to be like 100% accurate. But she goes for, like, you know, sort of the 16th century Tudors stuff, which is actually pretty cool.
Hey, over here.
Like, look at all this shit.
No.
Why the game graphically looks like Alan Wake? Because this is a game from like 2011. This is a PlayStation era. This is a PlayStation 3 era game.
But not regrettable, sloppy. Your poor judgment could have cost us everything. 400 years of searching. Finally,
Drake's secret will be revealed.
And that's the wrong ring because it doesn't properly fit.
What is this?
I don't understand.
It's a fake.
It's a forgery.
What? That's not possible. I verified it myself. This isn't a ring.
Really?
I held it in my hands. I saw him put it around his neck. This doesn't make sense.
We've been duped.
Cutter.
Uh-huh. You men stand guard and stay alert. We may have been followed. You, come with us. Find them and bring me that ring. I don't care how you get it.
You meant style. It's deep fake. This was just the style. This was just how people tried to do like photorealistic rendering back on the PlayStation 3 era. Like this was a graphical limitation. Like they were doing a lot of work on just the simple, like, you know, there we go. And then on an enemy to drop them. There we go. So for a very long time, they were just trying to get more and more fidelity in regards to, like, you know, the actual, like, you know, mesh. I mean, deep fake, the ring he gave. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fake. I thought you were talking about, like, the style of, like, faces and such just, like, seem off. And it's like, yeah, because, you know, PlayStation 3 era, and at the time, we were just trying to go for detail in the modeling craft, not detail in how skin reacts to light, or, you know, how our body is actually, like, you know,
focus.
Like,
we haven't got much time.
texture detail and what have you. So, because, yeah, there's a lot of layers to human skin and what have you. And so we kind of just did shorthands here and there.
What are you...
So, like, you know, ambient oscillation and what have you, and, like, you know, the thumbs
It's
when...
a book, mate. There's a lot of them in here. It's a library.
It's not just any book, wise ass. Belonged to T.E. Lawrence.
Who?
You know, Lawrence of Arabia.
Yes, I know who he is.
This was mailed from Dorset on the day of his motorcycle accident. May 13th, 1935. They must have killed him once they got their hands on it.
They?
Yeah, they, them, whoever these people are.
Oh, what a lot of rubbish. It was an accident.
Witnesses saw a black car run him off the road.
Guys.
Oh, what? So it was like a big cover-up?
Maybe.
Nate.
What?
That thing that you have been waiting 20 years for?
We grab it, and we go. We don't need to bother using it.
Okay. Here we go. L O H D N. Huh.
What is it?
It's
You have no idea.
long hidden.
What? Shush. No shit, long hidden. Are you kidding me?
No offense, mate, but your ancestor was a right arsehole.
Just shut up. It's an anagram.
Bad attack. Look, you just need to deal with the advertisements when you deal with them.
The Golden Hind.
Drake's ship.
Yes. It's a clue. It's gotta be something hidden in this room. All right, spread out. See what you can find.
I'm just... Why, it reminds me of a pancake in his hand.
Anyway?
The Golden Hind.
Man, if I wasn't so heavy, I would definitely want pancakes.
Maybe a painting.
I know there's advertisement. If you don't want to deal with the advertisement, you can just as easily just... Hang on, there it is. Skip the 90-second advertisement with a sub or by subscribing to twitch.tv/turbo for ad-free viewing across all channels. Any ads that hit Turbo users still contribute to the streamer. Like, you know, it's right there.
What makes you think it's even here?
It's gotta be here.
Could be at Buckland Abbey for all we know.
What?
Buckland Abbey, it's a place you've never been there. Move on.
Well, there's a chair there made from the wood of his ship. Maybe it's hidden in there.
Yeah, I suppose it could be, but... No. No, it's gotta be here.
We need to find a deer head. Or maybe it's not explicitly a deer, but like...
This place is amazing. Things in here must be worth a fortune.
Nate, we can't be screwing around like this. They'll be back any minute.
Yeah, come on, mate, hurry up.
Let's see. Ah, there you are.
Of course. There it is. I found it.
Where?
Up there. The figurehead from Drake's ship.
You return. Inception. Alrighty then. So we need to get to there. And the best way is... Alright. Up here. Move across. So yeah, this one wasn't as obvious. There we go. Alright, and then donk, and then donk. And that thing is gonna fucking break.
Oh shit! It's a trap! They're here! Take cover!
Uh-oh. Okay, we're gonna need to grab that. And I'm out of bullets. This is no time to read!
To Arabia.
Mate, we could use a little help here.
Come on, Nate, let's go!
What the hell are you doing?
Grab the journal and the cipher disc!
No! Got it! Go! We're running out of ammo.
Grab their weapons!
Yep, grab their weapons. Can I go upstairs? Yes, I may, but there's probably not a point of going upstairs, so let's keep going. There we go.
They're everywhere.
Damn ambush! Cover me!
You got it!
Gotta get out of here, Nate.
Just keep moving forward. We'll find a way out.
I feel like the Drake is so much better with a gun now than he was in the first two games. He's gotten really good at shooting. There we go. Alright.
Shit, they're everywhere. Come on! We've got to keep moving.
Okay, whatever I said about his accuracy, forget that. Although this is a very loud gun, Jesus Christ. Well, the guy's just up and vanish, so... Alright, let's keep moving. Can you shoot a little more quietly? I'm trying to study. Drake's just like trying to study choreography, like cartography in the middle of a gunfight. Definitely can imagine him doing something like that. Just walk him down, Nate. Just walk him down. Alrighty. Oh, a sawed-off shotgun. Fuck it, let's try it out. Alright, here we go. This way. Up the stairs we go. Just leap up. There we go. And then... Nope, wrong way. So yeah, because the saw-off was not as effective as I thought.
The North Atwood Station, come on!
There we go. Sorry, I thought I could be in a gunfight since I was close enough. Yeah! There we go. Oh, and I also grabbed his shotgun when I did it. Cool. Alrighty.
Chloe, can you read me? Coming out the old North Atwood Station. There's no time to explain. We've got
Yes. Nope, sticking to the shotgun at this point. Alright, I got one shot out. Alright, up we go.
Up here, hurry!
Come on!
On it. Okay, there's a lot of guys in suits. Why were we in a suit as well? Like, where did we come from?
The guy says, well, you better tickle mine too, because now I gotta catch the goddamn thing.
Cheers.
To a job, well done.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Are you going to join us, darling?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, that's that
Well, the
can
map
finish.
proves it. Drake didn't screw around in the East Indies for 6 months. He sailed straight through and headed
Okay,
to
I'm gonna need to. Okay, that can didn't actually go into my recycling, so I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break as well. I'm busting for a pee. I'm so sorry. Sorry. So I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break while doing the while putting the cans in recycling and going for a piss break.
You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 sending.
Sir Dragon's just
Pretty big area.
cannot keep his hands off me.
It's better than nothing.
Alright, just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Just in case, like, stream delay and what have you. Follow.
Squeege_TV paid me to say pex 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 pex.
That's a lot of pecs. A lot of pecs. You can't just say when's the egg due. What fucking egg are you talking about? because that has a lot of connotations in the in the furry community. Okay, you can't just say when's the egg due. I'm not a bird. Crazy. I guess. All right. Next question is, where the fuck? Oh. So did they create a Beauty and the Beast fiction by having a lady with a bear? All right, I'm back from my break. And then this was like for the bear? Alrighty then. We can get rid of the Barley the burr in another universe. Ding, get rid of that. Alrighty. We are back.
Here's where it gets interesting. You see this mark? This is John Dee's signature.
Who the hell's John Dee?
John Dee, one of Queen Elizabeth's closest advisors. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, he was a great
I
mathematician
didn't know that.
and navigator.
That's some British shit. I don't know British things.
Seriously into the occult. I mean, like a really creepy dark
Yeah, see,
way.
he signed all his letters to the Queen with this symbol, meaning he was her eyes.
The original 007, you see, look, 007.
Not really that relevant.
So it was John Dee who sent Drake to Arabia.
Yeah, it looks that way. Dee and Elizabeth.
And Walsingham.
Great, but what for?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And this is where T.E. Lawrence comes in. See, before Lawrence became Lawrence of Arabia...
Great film.
He was an archaeologist.
Ah.
And even when he was just a kid, he was obsessed with history. Everything to do with knights and the Crusades. And he traveled all over, documenting every Crusader site he could find. It's all in here.
All right, you've lost me completely.
Yeah, fun fact,
What
the
hell has
Crusaders
this
were
got
not
to do
all
with
noble.
Drake?
I'm getting to that.
There was a lot of
See,
nonsense
after
that
the
went
war,
wrong
Lawrence
during
said
the
that
First
if he were ever to go back
Crusade.
to Arabia, it would be to search for this place he called the Atlantis of the Sands. Now, the legend crops up over and over again under different names. Ubar, Aram of the Pillars, the City of Brass. But the story is always the same.
Oh, city of immeasurable wealth, destroyed by God for its arrogance, swallowed forever in the sands of the Rubel Khali Desert.
Right here.
Well, I like the immeasurable wealth part anyway.
And you think this is what Elizabeth and Dee sent Drake after?
Oh, yeah. And more importantly, it's what Marlowe is after.
So, wait, if Drake was on a mission from the Queen to find this place, why all the secrecy? I mean, it looks like he went to a lot of trouble to hide whatever he found, even from Her Majesty.
Once again, probably some really...
I'm sorry, what was that?
No, hang on a second. Because if you recall, the last time we went halfway around the world searching for a lost city, things got more than a little dicey.
Yeah, but this time we have the upper hand. I mean, look, Drake only had half the clues. Lawrence only had half. We have both. And Marlowe has nothing.
Yeah,
Small problem.
cool and all, but...
The Rubel Khali Desert, 600 miles across. The Bedouin go around the damn thing.
And even if we knew where it was, which we don't, we would die trying to find
Just
it.
hold on. You see these symbols here?
Yeah? Looks like Sabaean script.
Right. Look, the
Sully knew
Crusaders were
something.
searching for the same lost city 1,000 years ago. But out of all the sites Lawrence documented, only 2 are marked with these symbols. One in Syria, the other in France. No, you 2 are going to Syria. We're heading to France. Look, we track down these clues. We find Lawrence's lost city. I'm sure of it.
Well, and then what? How are we going to get across 600 miles of impassable wasteland?
It's in the middle of the desert. So technically, it'd be about 300 miles. Look, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
We burn that bridge when we get to it, eh?
Exactly.
But yeah,
What do you
like,
say?
to put into context, like, Drake found El Dorado, which was a golden coffin holding a diseased body that did all kinds of weird fucking fungal nonsense a la Last of Us style. We then have Shambhala, or wherever it was called, back in Uncharted 2, which had a resin that turned people into crazy super soldiers. So now, what are we gonna get in the third Uncharted?
rest of the
We're
way
probably
on
gonna get
foot.
some weird, like, you know, mass hypnosis city or something.
What?
Leave it to you to find a friggin' jungle in the middle of France.
Well, we're definitely headed in the right direction.
Now this is the
Chateau
attire
should be
that I
this
know
way.
Drake to be in normally. Jeans, boots, and
Not
his
too far.
gray, like, you know, rolled up sleeves.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, that's olive. Yeah,
Not
this
too
is like
far.
a green olive.
With you, I never know if that means a quarter mile or 20. Like that time you got us lost in Peru?
Oh, you really want to bring up Peru?
You are not still holding that over me.
I was 15, Sully. Should have known when I met you that I'd be in prison within a year.
You were headed that way all on your own, if you recall. Besides, I got you out, didn't I? Always get you out.
Yeah, but we have no evidence of that. Also, is this like an open-ended kind
Come on,
of...
through here. There it is, just like in Lawrence's notes. Gotta have more faith in me, Sully.
Yep, that looks like less than a quarter mile.
Of course, I don't remember this ravine being on the map.
Ah, they must have just put that in.
All right. Come on, we'll find another way around. Hey, is that a pan flute?
It is a pan flute, but why does the pan flute look different from the rest of the statue, I wonder? Here we go.
This way. Watch your step.
Whew. I don't know, kid. You sure we're in the right place? This doesn't seem old enough to be a Crusader castle. Looks more like Renaissance to me.
You haven't been reading my books again, have you, Sully? Now, Lawrence says the original castle was built in the 11th century. The rest was added on later.
Okay. There we go.
Ooh. Oh, this looks sketchy.
Ooh, boy.
Look, Sully, your first car.
Oh, man. That's a 1927 Auburn.
What? Okay, so apparently people got here in the 20s.
Yeah? What's this, Mr. Wizard?
Lawn art.
Pretty tacky.
No, it looks like...
Now, the knight who owned this castle,
Birdhouse.
Lord Godfrey, returned from the Crusades in the 12th century. According to Lawrence, all that's left of the original castle is the square keep and the gardens. If Godfrey brought any secrets back from Arabia, that's where we're gonna find him.
Okay.
Try this door.
It's no good?
Not getting in this way.
Didn't think the door would work, Sully. Like, we've gone through this. This isn't our first foray into globe-trotting, trying to find mysterious... You're off to bed? Not to worry, Night Sky. Thank you so much for sticking around. I do appreciate it. Hopefully you have a wonderful sleep. My sleep has been questionable at best due to the fact that my, like, upper trapeze muscles and, like, my right side rhomboid get tight during the night.
Cut myself.
I don't know why. It's not like I have a it's not like I have a terrible bed or anything like that, but for whatever reason, if I sleep on my side, it's worse, and it will tighten up even while I sleep on my back.
I'll be waiting.
Spindle. Alrighty. Let's see. So there's something down here. Oh, fuck!
Oh, crap.
God damn you.
Oh, that hurts.
God damn you, Drake.
Hey, kid. Up here. It's chained shut.
All right, back up. I'll shoot the lock off.
Make sure that's the only thing you shoot off.
I said lock.
There we go. What's up, Sully?
You good? Okay. We gotta make our way through the chateau to the gardens. That's where we'll find the old keep.
Huh.
Look at this place.
We need to get rid of that
Can't get it
pipe.
open. This damn beam's in the way.
Yeah, we gotta get some leverage.
Think you can get up there?
Can try.
Let's... Nope, not from that. You want to help me out with this, Sully?
This'll work.
Alright.
There we go. That'll do it.
And now...
Be careful up there. Whole damn thing's rotten.
Yeah, I already
Looks like those
experienced
chandeliers are on
that.
some kind of pulley system.
Yeah, must be how they lowered them down to clean them.
Hey, there's some kind of mechanism over there.
Alright, so... There's no pulley there, but knowing our luck, there's a pulley...
I gotta find a way across.
Never mind, I thought the pulley would be somewhere over here, but... Ah, the pulley is over there! I'm gonna need to grab it. Okay. Alright, Nope. Alright, fine. Bonk. Here we go. Here we go. Nope. Right there. We can't jump across as far as I know. So is our only way... I guess it's to jump to the chandelier. There we go.
I have an idea.
There we go. Let's pull that up.
That's cool.
I reckon I might do all right in puzzle games. Maybe that's the next game I should go through on, because like I finished collabing with Blue Foxy Nicey Icy on Mondays.
Crazy. Watch it. That thing's coming out of the ceiling.
I finished going through River City Girls 2 with Blue Foxy Nicey Icy on Monday, so maybe the game I should pick up on Monday should be a puzzle or like some other adventure game at some point. I did Blue Wizard. I did not Blue Wizard, Blue Prince. That was pretty good. All right, and then there we go. All right, now there's leverage for us to do this.
All right, here we go.
And push, 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 push.
Got it. There. I'm in. Question is in what?
Is that a popcorn machine?
Hey, nice. Nope, it's a clock. Okay, I thought it was a popcorn machine. Goddamn French. Just inventing
Find a way
shit.
to that tower.
We could have had so much greatness with a popcorn machine. Instead, you just had to make a conflated clock. I feel like I'm moving relatively quickly in this game. Am I moving too quickly for you, chat? Wow.
Hey, Nate. Square tower. Looks pretty old.
Yeah, that matches the one in Lawrence's notebook. That must be it. Nice.
Thanks.
Alrighty. Not that way. It looks like our only direction is this way, but that doesn't help us. Hi there, Jay Wolf. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're having a wonderful evening. I am just going through Uncharted 3. We are right now looking for this. We're looking for clues in old Crusader homes for the city of Brass. Or like, you know, the Atlantis of the sands, or the Umbar. There's been a lot of weird names for this place. Oh, through here? Yep.
Looks like we can get through here.
Yeah?
Yep. Come on.
Go through there. And...
Watch it!
Whoa. Thanks.
Alright. Oh, hello.
Hey, Nate. Isn't this the same symbol that was on the tower?
Yeah. That's gotta mean something, right?
Maybe a secret passage?
In a fireplace? Kinda on the nose, don't you think?
Yeah, too simple.
Nah, I reckon there could be something to it. There could be something to it. Let's see.
There's something weird about these suits of armor. Come here, check it out.
Okay, so...
The bases rotate. Interesting.
Anything
Shield
Lawrence
to
has
the
noted about
axe.
this?
Let me check. Yeah. Here, see? 4 knights. With an axe, a shield, a sword, and a morning star. Just like the ones in this room.
Okay, so shield faces the axe faces the shield, mace faces the shield, and then sword faces the axe?
Maybe we gotta turn each knight so it's facing the right way.
Yeah, but what's the right way?
Oh, hang on a second. So... because this needs to... face... the axe to shield...
Must be some kind of trick to it. A pattern.
Hang on. So... half shield and axe. Then... this faces, and then so mace and axe need to somehow face the shield. Shield faces axe. Oh, okay, there we go.
Well, well. A secret passage.
Yeah, now we're going through it. Also, cool emote there, Jay Wolf. I myself, for like your 3 strength, I also have something of similar thingamadiggies. Here we go, here we go. Oh, god damn it, Drake.
Nate? Hey, you alright?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll live.
Alright. Yeah,
There's no way I'm getting back up there. I'm gonna head this way. Just meet me on the other side.
You got it. You be careful down there.
Right. Hope there is another side.
Get the cool treasure. And then...
the hell is that noise? I should be able to get through here.
Alright, hopefully the mountain doesn't move or anything like that while we do this. Hey! Artemis! Why you gotta take this off of me? I'm going through creepy caves. Oh, you motherfuckers! Get off, get off, get off. Fuck. That was that was unfair. I don't like spider surprises like that. Like, fuck spiders.
Hey, light. It's a good sign.
Alrighty. Dink. Alright, and then we go across.
Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Omega Platinum. It's going to be very useful for combating against jump scares like from spiders. Oh boy.
Piece of cake.
Let's keep moving. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. When did they pop up?
They're here somewhere. Hunt them down.
I gotta warn Sully.
Oh. Alright, let's have a look. So there's 4 of them in close proximity to each other. Go. Damn it. I'm sorry, did you, like, block bullets with your jacket? Yeah, ow, fuck you. Okay. Alright, short work, all good. I wish I could be a little more stealthy then, but... you know, failures. Where the fuck is the other guy?
Hunt them down.
Good boy. Yeah, that was fucking
Jesus, they got a small army. Thanks for the gift, boys.
Nice. There we go. More ammo, thank you. I'm gonna keep the arm micro, thank you very much.
Get back!
Ooh, didn't see that coming. Hey,
Nice.
through here.
This is good. And I got a shirt back, thank goodness. While in Hyper Himbo, my pecs are very large and pronounced, so it's good to have a shirt to help protect me. Oh, Sully. Let's help you out.
Sorry I'm late. Looks like Marlowe brought a goddamn army.
Yeah. I think the bus just got here. Come on, you sons of bitches! Get him! Where the hell do you think they found us?
They must have followed us. It's the only way.
There we go.
Hunt them down! Grenade!
There we go. I'm a survivor. Yeah. Hopefully you're having a wonderful dinner, Artemis. Hopefully all of your evening chores and duties are all good now. Ow, fuck you. What the hell are you shooting from?
Tower's right there. Gotta get inside.
Alright.
Grab you for the ammo, grab you for the ammo. Alright. We are now max ammo. Oh, hello.
Up this way.
Gunfire is very loud.
Come on, Sully, give me some help with this door.
Sully? There you are. Took your sweet time. 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah!
Alright.
Well, which way now?
Up.
Not really sure.
Why don't we try going down?
I reckon going up first, and then there will probably be a very quick fold down. Or we just get ourselves a lovely little teapot. A silver Rococo teapot, the Art Nouveau belt buckle, pearl diamond ruby brooch, coral cameo brooch, a diamond-studded horse brooch, silver chimu pendant, shamanistic jaguar head, an emerald and diamond ring, and an antique boxing medallion by Nate X. Fran. The good old English custom of deciding a quarrel. Sportsman delight. The sportsman's delight. Blood, bone, action, and game. Nice. Alright, so we got that. Is there anything further? No, there isn't. Alright, cool. Drop down. And then drop down.
at this.
Oh my god, how long have you been dead for?
What the hell? It's one of Talbot's men.
How?
Was.
Very decomposed.
They
Dinner was
got
good,
here.
just remembered why I
Yeah,
wanted
what could have
Kmart, but
happened
it
to
can
him?
wait now.
I have no idea.
All
but
good,
sure as hell
all
don't
good.
like it.
You now know for later. You could probably like write it down as like a reminder or something like that, or tell me about it in chat. Or like in Messenger. Not chat, Messenger. There we go. Oh. Hello. Alright.
Hey,
let's...
look at the tiles. Sabaean script.
Yeah. Doesn't say anything, though. It's just nonsense.
I'll stand over here so I don't step on any by accident.
Good idea.
Did Lawrence make any notes about this?
Let me check.
Alright. 3, 2, 4...
3. Oh wait, no. 4, 3. All right, so 3 X's, 4 thingamadoogs. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 X's, 3 N's. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! First try! Look at that! Oh, cool, and you just ruined all my fun, Sully, by walking across willy-nilly. Yeah.
It's pitch dark in here. Want to give us some light?
Sure.
Yeah, I can't see shit. Where are you, Sully?
Ooh. Looks like some sort of laboratory, doesn't it?
Yeah, this stuff's got to be at least 400 years old.
Okay.
Hey, a little more light, Sully.
You got it.
We could have just, like, picked up one of the lanterns and kept it with us. That would have been helpful.
Seems to be an alchemist lab. Wait a second. Does this place remind you of anything?
Yeah. Marlowe's creepy hideout, now that you mention it.
Sully. Sully, this is John Dee's lab.
All the way out here? In France?
Well, he must have traced the clues back to the Crusades. Just
John
like
Dee's nuts! Sorry, I had that stuck in my head every time they said John D.
Sabaean script again. But what are these symbols?
Could also use a flashlight. Just
Like
yeah,
he's
he
trying to work
carried a
something out.
flashlight with him back in London as
There's
well.
some sort of
so
message written here in a Enochian script.
by the by, Enochian is like the language of the quote-unquote angels, but is a made-up language.
The altar guards the entrance to the underworld. Huh. Well, he did use magic to conjure spirits.
Yeah. Or the altar could be hiding a secret passage.
Oh. Right.
Help me push.
Alright. Push! Button mashing like hell. There we go.
Look at that.
Crafty old bastard.
Why, thank you.
Hopefully there isn't more spiders down here. No, there probably is with all these spider webs. God
Here we go.
damn.
Sully, give me a light.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ah, much better.
You know, one of these days you're really gonna have to start carrying your own matches.
What are you talking about?
You are very important to this, Sully. Alright, can I let you?
Whoa. Looks like they really wanted to keep something out.
We're in. Here, give me a hand with this.
Do we want to do that, Sully? Like, remember the last adventure you and I had?
I got it.
With things that didn't want to go out?
Looks like the family crypt. Your pal Godfrey must be down here then, huh?
With any luck. If he knew anything about the Atlantis of the Sands, he took it with him to the grave.
So let's find the grave.
Exactly. Let's see. It looks like he was trying to solve this, but he never quite finished.
Scrap of paper found in John Dee's secret lab in France. So, Eagle would have the 2 squares on the left, the double cross above, and the door on the right. Meanwhile, horse would be in the bottom left, eagle would be down at the bottom. Alright, let's see how we go.
What is this? Medieval game show? Pretty elaborate.
Yeah.
Anything?
He doesn't seem to be in any of these crypts.
No. Now they would have hidden his tomb. Keep looking around.
Alright, hang on, I need a... Alright, so we got that done. Okay, so eagle, prancing horse. Alright. No, that's not what I wanted. Alright, we need another symbol. Alright. So, eagle. On the left tile, it needs to be the 8. On the right tile... Okay, so that's why the eagle is there. And then... we don't know what this one is. So the lion needs to have... door, man... So man on the right, door at the bottom, and some weird Axeman? And Axeman? And Axeman. So on the left and the right, the line needs some weird Axeman. Alright. Alright. And now we just need to figure out where the bull goes. Here we go. And I'm guessing this must be where the bull... Yep, this must be where the bull is. So above him would be the 8. On the right of him is a man. And at the bottom of him is a tail. Alright, so... Yeah!
Got it.
Good job, kid. Looks inviting. Watch yourself.
No, please no spiders. Please no spiders.
Godfrey, I presume?
The
Okay,
one and
no
only.
spiders.
This is it. Here, hold this, will you?
Sure.
Excuse me.
Look.
All right, that's one of the
Some sort of
Crusaders.
amulet. There's something written here.
It looks like part of an
It's right on
amulet.
top of Lancelot, huh?
Uh-huh. It's in Sabaean script.
Well, that'd be from ancient Yemen, all right?
Yeah. Exactly where Francis Drake would have landed back in the 16th century. Could be the name of a city?
Yeah, from 3,000 years ago. Without the rest of that inscription, we still don't know where to look.
Well, let's hope the other half is in Syria.
Yeah, and the Cutter and Chloe can find it.
I reckon they might be able to. We just now need to get out of here.
I wouldn't recommend that.
Shit.
Nice work, gentlemen. Harris, please relieve Mr. Drake
Your course
of the
profiles were wrong. Thought I only had 1 textbook this semester.
Yeah,
I have like
Harris.
4 prescribed and then
get it.
another 3 recommended.
Now, it's hardly worth dying over, is it? Your friend doesn't think so.
Come on, Nate.
Why do universities have to have you reading so many books?
What is that?
Oh my God. What?
Oh no!
Stay in the light.
Jesse, quickly.
Get him up there! Get him up there!
Oh no! Oh, I fucking hate that. I hate when they do this.
Your torch seems to be dying out. Good luck with that.
Oh, you bastards!
What a dick, right?
Yep, and now we need to try and get out of here.
We gotta find a way out of here fast. Stay close. The torch is going out. We gotta find a way out of here.
Wait, up there.
Alright.
Come on.
You're gonna need to get me up there as well, Sully.
Give me a hand!
Oh, thank Christ. Alright, run. Run.
Jesus Christ, they're coming from everywhere!
Oh, Sully! Come on, we gotta go! Go!
Nate, come on!
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh God, they're coming through the ceiling! Come on, run!
My God, these things are fast!
Terrible.
Up here!
Hopefully they actually don't like the sun.
Jump! Get it up! Get up! All right, you're clear. How about me?
At least it's not spiders. You mean as if there could be worse than spiders?
Go back in there.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, we gotta find a way out of here.
Ah, damn it. Okay, so they don't want me just dropping to my... Like you said, you don't like spiders. Those things weren't spiders. They only had 6 legs. I don't know if that's as much of a what the like,
right.
What?
I'll see if I can find a way across.
Watch yourself.
I got it. On it.
Got Nate? Things gonna go.
I know.
Just in time. Oh, shit.
Hey, that'll work.
Yeah, just like I planned.
No, you didn't.
Oh,
You didn't plan any of that.
Empty those cans. Every last drop.
The hell are they doing?
Burn the whole place down.
Oh no.
Sully, we gotta get out of here.
Watch the place.
Oh, crap, that's not good. Take him out, Sully!
These games made me forget that I was fat and made me want to do crazy exploration shit. Then I looked in a mirror. That's why I'm trying to lose weight, is so then that way I can do cool shit like jumping across and all that.
I got your back! Hurry!
Damn it, I forgot about them there. This is why I'm trying to lose weight, so then that way I can do cool adventuring stuff too.
Over here! Give me a boost! Come on!
Alright. Oh no, that's not good.
No, it's no good! Trapped! Gotta be a way out of here!
You guys are in the fucking burning building as well. Oh, there we go. That's our way out.
This way! Come on. Gotta get the hell out of here. Great idea.
Uh-oh.
Alright, Nate? Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Meet you on the other side.
I'm past my prime, and gunfights with the British Illuminati doesn't sound as fun as I get older.
Watch your step.
Fair enough. Maybe adventures don't need to involve the British in gunfights. Maybe the adventure can be, you know, going to the next fur con or something like that. Or going to a Ren fair. Or going to a good, banging good sushi train.
Watch it, kid!
Oh, shit, Sully, you gotta save me. There we go. Oh, no.
Crap!
I'm sorry, you are not immune to gunfire, my man. Oh, shit. Okay, not that way. Yep, alright.
Down here! We're almost out! Burn, you bastards! No, 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 no! Wait! Up here!
Here we go, here we go.
There's the door! No!
God damn it. Oh. Let's get up, get up, get up, get up.
Go! Go!
Nope.
Damn it! Sully, I'm stuck! Help me out! Shit. It's them! Get down! Yeah! Nice! There you go! Let's go!
Out in the fuck. Oh shit.
Sully! Little help! Give me a hand.
There we go.
Come on, up here!
Gosh, this is terrible fire.
Come on, Nate, keep moving!
British Neo? The huge guy? No.
Sully!
He was just...
Sully, hang on! Slip in! I'm coming! I got you! Go! Go!
Uh-oh.
Just keep climbing! Come on, mate!
Here we go. Nope. So we just drop down here. Not that way. You couldn't just...
This way! This whole place is covered.
Yeah! Get punched in the nuts. Nice.
Hey, I'm there.
Alright, on our way, on my way, on my way. Hopefully we jump into like a huge body of water or something like
There's
that.
a ladder. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know if a ladder is gonna help us, Nate, because like we want to go out, not up. Oh no. There we go.
Watch it, Nate. Oh my God.
Jesus.
The whole damn tower's coming down. Run.
Oh my God.
Oh, keep running, Sully.
Oh, okay, they want me going into the... Okay. Never mind. Alright. Alright, so... Jump, jump, jump. I think that's like my second failure.
The whole damn tower's coming down. Run. Go. Keep running, Sully.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Come on.
Yep. Down we go. And dealing with a massive forest fire. That's gonna be a fun. That's gonna be a fun thing for the French Brigade.
Oh, man. That was close, huh?
Ugh.
All right?
Oh, yeah. Just swell. Here, just give me a sec. You always seem to forget. I got 25 years on you.
Sully, you're strong as an ox.
Anyway, what's the hurry? They think we're in that.
We almost were.
I gotta say, I'm losing the plot here. Remind me again why we're doing this?
No. If you're gearing up for one of your I'm too old for this speeches, spare me.
Nate, these guys are playing for keeps.
Yeah, so? What, you're just gonna roll over for them now?
Nobody's talking about rolling over.
Then quit acting like you're ready to lay down and die, all right?
You did that in Uncharted 2, so
I've had
we
you back
would like
for
to have
20
you
years.
here for this one.
I'm not going anywhere. Obviously. I just want to make sure we're doing this for the right reasons. You got your pride all tangled up in this thing. It's making you reckless. I taught you better than that. Gonna get yourself killed. Oh, damn. Hell. Probably get us all killed.
Oh, no.
What?
Cutter and Chloe. Sully, if we were followed...
Shit, chances are they were too.
We gotta warn them.
Yeah, and get to Syria fast. Sure hope you
That's
remember
still
where we
like a
left the
day's
car,
journey.
because I am completely turned around.
Damn it. Still can't reach either one of them. Something is definitely not right.
How long till this place opens?
We got a few more hours before the tour buses start showing up.
Then we better hustle. Chain's been cut.
Okay, so we know we're not the first ones here.
Yeah, as long as Marlowe and Talbot think we're dead, we got the element of surprise. Let's not waste it.
Right. So, we sneak in. We find out where they're holding Chloe and Cutter.
If they're holding them.
Glass half full, Sully.
I'm just saying, these guys don't seem like the hostage-taking type.
Let's just go with best case scenario for now, okay? We rescue Cutter and Chloe, and the four of us just sneak back out.
Right. Sneak back out.
It could happen.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. Big maybe.
Up this way.
I
You
can
check it
already
out.
see the
I'll wait here.
All right, sit tight. Come on up, Sully. It's clear. Hey, help me with this
What do
door.
you think would be the better game to go through? Disco Elysium or Outer World? Or is it Outer Wilds? I think it's Outer Wilds is what it's called.
I'll climb up and around. I'll let you in if it's safe.
All right. Whoa!
Yeah,
You okay?
totally safe.
Yeah. Close, though.
Yeah. Boom, boom. Jump across these things, climb up. The blue light is very harsh in this area.
Shit. Already? Just what I needed.
Ooh. That is a very impressive weapon. The Mag 7. Jesus Christ.
Who's
Alright.
that?
Okay, I didn't realize you were gonna be there. Fuck you. Yeah, get punched in the nuts. All right, jump across to here. Let's see. All right, so the Paro, whatever it's called, is going to be their preferred weapon. All right, open this up for Sully.
Come on. It's clear.
The hell you been doing?
The usual.
You coming? Coming along, Sully? We need to open this door. And the
Come
only...
on, help me with this.
Okay. I just had to, like, actually, like, go up against it to grab it. Wait, why is the drawbridge on this side?
Come on, this way.
We better hurry it up.
Sully, over here. All right, back up.
Mm-hmm.
Lower me down.
Wouldn't want invaders to have a hard time getting it. That would be rude. Yeah, how rude.
Anything down there?
Give me a sec. I'll check it out.
Okay, so if I wanted to, I could... Alright, cool. So, a couple guards, but nothing special. Okay, maybe I do need to still be around here for something? But what for? Okay, I can climb up here.
Hey, over here.
Back up, I'll shoot the lock. Come on. Sully, help me out.
Thank you, Sully.
This place is crawling with agents. Chloe and Cutter could be in real trouble.
Where the hell could they be?
Oh.
What the hell?
Why aren't you in France?
We're rescuing you? From what? We thought you were captured.
Or worse.
Wait, why?
Talbot's men are here?
Talbot ambushed us at the chateau. It was a trap.
Yeah, we figured they must have followed you too.
Well, yeah, they're definitely here.
Yeah, no kidding.
So we might want to think about keeping it down a little.
What happened to you two? We've been trying to reach you for over 24 hours.
Oh, right, I need to top up my minutes.
You're using a prepaid phone?
Mate, those contracts are a complete rip-off.
What? Mine's broken.
Again?
Look, just forget all that. You'll never guess what we've discovered. I've got it all in here. Not only did Elizabeth's spy network stretch all the way over here, but they were all part of some sort of hermetic secret society. The British Occult Secret Service, the School of Night, the Hellfire Club, the Order of the Golden Dawn, they're all connected.
So John Dee...
And Francis Walsingham and Walter Raleigh and even your mate Drake, they were all in on it. But for them, it was all about the power. Controlling their enemies through espionage, deception, fear.
Hey, guys.
Wait. So Marlowe and her crew
are the same secret order 400 years on.
We cut to the goddamn chase, please.
Yeah, we really need to keep moving.
Sure. Here, look. Quod est superius.
Est sicut quod est inferius.
I don't know what that means.
As above, so below.
That's the key to all of this.
We need to get to the highest point of this castle.
Thus, the stairs.
All right.
Well done. We should be able to find our way into the crypts with this
I'm gonna be
clue.
real. I thought
entrance has
he
gotta be
would
hidden
be.
here someplace.
I thought Cutler would just be, you know, a bit of a
There, that's
bit of
the
a
highest
blockhead, but
Okay.
he's,
So we just
he's
need to
pretty
make our
on the
way-
nose. He's pretty good at
Shit,
this.
bollocks. Get down.
Now what?
All right, the only way to the tower is through them.
Great. Whatever happened to that sneak in, sneak out plan?
You what? We can't quit now.
Yeah, not when we're so close. Come on, we'll find a way around them.
They're here. We just have to find them.
Just wait till they get their hands on Cutter.
What about the other two?
Now they're done. Talbot finished them off in France.
There we go. Be very, very quiet for the stealth. I know how to do stealth.
Huh?
What was that?
I see them.
Okay, maybe it wasn't that stealthy, but I got close. Oh!
Shit.
Nice. Yep. There we go. It wasn't
Well,
it wasn't perfect, but we did get through a little bit of stuff. Draking hard or hardly draking? I think we're draking very hard. How's it going, Owen Code? You doing good?
Okay,
Says here you were last playing Diablo 2 Resurrected, which would have been like the Diablo that you and I were playing back on Sunday.
You through?
Yep, clear.
Got it.
Other than burning myself. Don't burn yourself. Are you talking about burning yourself because of like tanning or burning yourself because of cooking?
Come on, follow me. Nice.
Raffica pistols? Okay, we'll see what the Raffica pistols do. Alright, go. Alright, up the stairs we go.
Up this way.
Come on. There we go. Damn it. Running and gunning did not help. I frequently burn myself cooking, though not on 2-minute noodles.
Come on, follow
Yeah,
me.
thankfully Artemis does like really cool baking and shit. Alrighty. So...
Up this way.
I still want to fist fight them. too long didn't read. Went to close the microwave while holding the jug of noodles and burned my left hand and arm a little. Ow. That's not good. Alright.
Up this way.
Look out!
Well, these guys are uncalled for. There we go. Ow. Fuck. I do cook meals as well. I've just been very busy. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yep. There we go. Oh boy, that was risky. Oh, come on, Nate. There was a window there. Nutella donut for dessert hit all the right spots. Yeah, I knew the Nutella donut would be a good choice. I'm glad that I found the Nutella donut. Window? What window? There was a window! I swear to you, there was a window! See? Window. Right there.
Working on it!
Cheers, mate.
Thanks, kid. You saved our asses.
Alrighty. Now I just need to find more pistol ammo. Ooh, a Mag 5. Yes, please. And that was for the AK. Ow! Blue! Why would you do this to me? Also, where's the upstairs? There is no... Oh, here's the upstairs. Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. How's it going, Blue, now that you're back? Had a massive bag of chicken that had to be used up. Bought chicken for rolls for work and asked for like $5 worth. The people behind the counter gave me close to like $10 worth or more. That's some good chicken. Good quality there. All right. Oh, is it this door? Yeah, it's this door.
Holy crap.
Nope. Oh, come on. Serious? I have gun. Uncalled for. Honestly, dude, I'm shooting you in the face like several times. I should be allowed to shoot you and finish this fight with a gun, Indiana Jones style.
Hey, keep us
You're
coming,
trying to finish Xenoblade Chronicles 3 right now? Ah, okay.
Ducks out here.
Wait, are you streaming right now, Blue? Hang on. Let me check my let me check my peeps. Let me check who's streaming. Oh, you're not streaming. You're just playing in your own time. Is that it? As above, so is below. All right.
Hey, here. You see? As above, so below.
We're definitely in
Yep.
the right spot.
So that
Yeah,
is
right spot for what?
the
Well,
Masons?
the Crusaders would have hidden the entrance to the crypt somewhere in plain sight. Wait a sec. Yeah, look. That same symbol appears on Drake's map. Right next to this.
Uh-huh.
Of course, Ursa Minor, the North Star.
The one fixed point in the night sky.
So if we follow that down to the castle.
What do you bet it points right to our hidden entrance? Can I see that?
Yeah. I want it back, though.
Yeah, no good. No worries. I'll give it back. Don't you worry. All right.
Use the scope, mate.
I will.
Ursa Major, the Big Dipper,
If you're not going
Ursa
to use
Minor.
the scope, give it back. I'll find it.
I'm gonna use it.
Yep.
I found it. All right, now let's see if we can find that entrance. Should be directly below the North Star. There it is.
Well, that's hidden in plain sight, all right?
Guys!
Yeah, just a minute.
It can't be that simple, can it?
Nate!
Uh-oh.
Look out!
Oh, that's a rocket. All right, we're running. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run.
Run for it! Ah, shit! Come on, you guys, hurry it up!
Jeez!
What the hell's wrong?
I'm running as fast as I can.
This place. Keep moving!
There! There's a wire! We can zip line across!
Not while they're firing at us, we can't! Somebody grab that rifle! Ah! Incoming! Luckily, it isn't left of this damn thing by the time they're through.
These guys don't give up!
Oh, shit. There we go.
Gotta move now.
Ready?
Down we go.
Let's go!
Right! It's all clear. On the wire!
Ah, damn it. We just can't catch a break, can we?
Come on, Nate, come on! Run!
And the Magnum I have does not have any
Come on, go,
bullets.
go!
Parkour, parkour! Parkour!
Where are they? Hey! Hey! Down here!
You guys okay?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll find a way around and meet up with you.
Watch out!
Crap.
Hey, mate.
Yeah, I got no bullets.
What about Sully and Chloe? They're fine. Look. It's right there. We've got to check it out.
No, I don't think
No.
that's a very
Oh,
easy
you
one. Great.
idiot.
Stay together. Do this quietly.
Hunt them down.
Dang.
He's out of ammo. Look out!
Damn it. Alright, maybe I'll be a little more stealthy next time.
Better do this quietly.
Stay together. Hunt them down.
Alright. Okay, technically that's still stealth. That's still stealth, technically. I got the special weapon for doing it stealthily.
Keep a lookout while I search the area.
No. No.
Damn it. I pressed it too soon.
Better do this quietly.
Stay together. Hunt them down.
What's that?
Damn it. I was hoping I could do this with, like, and what have you.
Show yourself.
He's dead.
Damn it. Well, that was right in front of my face as well.
Stay together. Hunt them down.
Who's that?
There we go. No, I'm Sir Dragon. I need my hair. It protects my dome.
No.
You're finished.
No.
Got him.
Damn it. This is... Oh, it puts me here now? God damn you. This is terrible. Oh, what the? Where did that shotgun blast come from? That was uncalled for.
Flush him out! Whoa!
There we go.
Flush him out! Get down!
There we go. There we are. Woo, boy.
Sweet.
Hopefully that's everyone this time around.
Come on, this way.
You got it.
Yeah. It only took a few tries. Just a few.
This is a...
Yes. Oh. I knew it couldn't be that simple.
Wait. It wasn't a storage room 1,000 years ago.
No, mate. We are missing something. Hey, hold on. The statues, you see? One hand up, one hand down.
Yeah.
As above.
Above, below. It's the same theme again and again.
So, just another breadcrumb on the trail?
Oh, it certainly looks that way.
Let me see the scope again.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
All right.
Hey, here's that symbol again. Yeah, maybe it's not in the sky this time, but down below somewhere.
It's got to be something down in the castle itself, then.
Wait. Yeah, there.
Aha. As below, so above?
Yeah.
All right. So now move the scope upward. What do you see?
What are you doing? It's up here.
Oh, okay. I needed to... Nah, I thought I had to go up to that thing, but I guess not. The night is getting long, I will be real with you. I am so sorry.
Yeah, those pillars. That's gotta be it.
All right, let's get over there and check it out.
Yeah, we'll meet up with Sully and Chloe on the way.
They're over there!
Shit! They spotted us!
Come on, Charlie, we can't stay pinned down here. We gotta move!
Second time sponsored
Oh,
by
shit!
Sir.
Where did that come from?
Give me a few, Sir Dragon.
Look out! All right, Sully!
What the hell was shooting behind me? Oh boy.
Great.
Damn it! It blew up in my hand.
All right, Sully!
Alright, let's get them. Damn it. Fine. Fine, we're just gonna hunker.
All right, Sully!
Thank you, Sully. Actually, no, keep the AK. Damn it! Alright, let me have my sippies then. I am obviously a little bit out of sorts. Alright, and then, alright, let me just stretch my neck. Big stretches! Oh, I need to try and get that trapezoid. I need to stretch my trapezoid. Otherwise, it's going to be very annoying to sleep at night as it gets tightened again. Although, to be fair, the chair that I'm in doesn't really encourage... doesn't really encourage, you know, proper, like, de-stressing and such, because it's one of those gamer chairs that decides to do, like, the winged things, like a bucket seat, like in racing, which is only good if you're trying to prevent yourself from being jostled around and such.
All right, Sully! Here you go!
Alright, this is a bit better now. Where's the other guy?
Snipers! In the tower! Watch out, there's two of them.
Yeah, I don't see them too, so we're gonna have a bit of a hard time finding them.
Come on. Gotta meet up with those guys.
Alright. Okay, we got out of that firefight.
Still in one piece anyway. Come on, I think we're onto something. Good to see you're all right.
You too.
So, here are the symbols.
Right, here's the wall.
All right, the crypt entrance should be here someplace.
Well, what does Lawrence have to say about it?
He doesn't.
This is as far as he got.
Well, what are our chances then?
Symbolically, 2 pillars are used to mark a gateway.
Swell. Which 2?
And a gateway to what?
Well, another realm, a holy place, a place of initiation.
Oh, doesn't that sound like fun? Hey, maybe around the corner.
Yeah, all right.
Oh.
No.
What?
Give it to me.
Okay, you're getting mind controlled.
Now the journal. Thank you. Don't trust Drake.
What?
Hell's Charlie?
Who knows?
No. Shit.
He's gone. How in the world?
Yeah, like,
Charlie, you
that's
okay?
a blocked entrance.
Huh?
Charlie?
What the hell?
That's a nerve dart of some sort.
What kind of Black Ops bullshit is this?
Let's just hope he didn't have a big dose.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
Easy now. Look at me. Charlie, right here. Come on, we gotta move now, okay?
Don't touch me. Get away from me.
All right.
No one's touching you, Charlie.
What the hell was in that dart?
Your face is peeling off.
Well, whatever it was, he's tripping balls.
Charlie, listen. Hey, you're okay.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't trust us.
Hey, nobody's taking you anywhere.
Just come with us, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, no. The floor's melting.
We can't stay here. We gotta move.
How?
Our only hope is to find the crypt entrance.
Great. Any ideas?
Well, Charlie was onto something. I just don't know what.
The wand of the magician.
Oh, man. Without his journal, we're never gonna find it.
Just let me think. All right, hermetic. From the Greek, Hermes, meaning pillar.
I think we got that part.
Is that 7 pillars of wisdom?
Between mercy and severity.
Wait, we've got this all wrong. It isn't the space between the pillars. It's the middle pillar.
Balance.
What?
It was in Charlie's book. The pillar of balance between the two extremes. Between black and white, water and fire, female and male. The middle way.
The middle way.
Okay, cool, but I was trying to press this pillar like since the beginning. You didn't let me.
Sully, give me a hand with this.
Because, like, you know, that up and down thing, as above, so below. Like, I was thinking that.
All right, come on.
No.
No, it's okay, Charlie. Come on, mate.
Yeah, he's not happy with us.
The way up and the way down are one and the same.
Uh-huh.
Here you go.
This way.
Well, even while tripping balls, he's still giving us assistance.
Here.
Oh. All right, you two go on ahead. I'll help Charlie.
All right.
Come on, buddy. You're okay.
Keep
Where
going.
are you taking me?
Just
Keep
gonna get
going.
right through here, okay?
Just why are you doing this?
You're gonna be all right, buddy.
Stop touching me.
You're all right. Take it easy. Take it easy, Charlie.
All right, we're through. Oh, wait. There's another passage up ahead.
Just go on. I've got him.
We'll light the way for you.
Come on, mate. We're almost there.
Oh God, it's closing in. It's closing in. I just stop it.
Come on.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I've got to get out. I've got to get out.
If you keep going, you will get out.
Calm down, all right? Oh, that's it.
Oh, no.
Charlie, go on. Come on, just one more.
I won't let you!
Oh boy. Can you, like, calm down, dude?
All right, stop. Here.
Stop it!
Just calm down.
Charlie, that hurts!
Stop it. Ow.
Charlie, stop. I'm not gonna fight you. Just calm down, all right? I don't want to hurt you.
All right, fine. Let's
Don't
start
want to hit
punching.
you.
Oh, come on.
Charlie, no! Stop! Charlie, cut her!
Charlie! Charlie! Charlie!
Oh no.
What are you... Don't! Charlie, you're killing Nate. Okay, you gotta listen to me. You are killing Nate. Charlie!
Not good. Oh.
Jesus. Here. Here we go.
I'm all right. Here we go. I'm all right.
Nate, I'm really sorry. I'm so...
We're even.
Hold on this. You weren't gonna shoot me, were you, mate?
He very much likely would.
A rabid dog.
Wow.
Let's try this again. I'll go first this time. Shit.
Yeah, he doesn't want to deal with that nonsense again.
Follow me.
No, I'm not turning my back on you just yet. After you.
Huh. Oh, great. Next thing I know, you'd be putting that gun to the back of my head telling me about the rabbits.
Hey, play nice, boys.
Yeah, come on. You're almost through.
Come on, let's move it along. They'll be looking for us.
Alright. Hey, look, it's a globe. With several different points. Cool.
Amazing. Was that good? Looks like this thing should spin, doesn't it?
This is more than just a crypt.
Where's my notebook?
You gave it to Talbot, don't you remember?
What? No, I didn't.
Yeah, your gun too.
Oh, bollocks.
All right, we need to figure out how to get it spinning.
Look at this channel.
It looks like they were meant for water.
Are we not gonna, like, try and turn the thingy-majiggy that's here? Like, come on. You're all walking around when there's, like, clearly some channel nonsense here.
I found a stairway.
Alright, fine. I thought we were gonna be turning things, but I guess not.
See anything up there?
Hey, I bet we can light these.
They look like some kind of projections. They're marking positions on the globe.
Let's get the other ones lit.
Mm-hmm.
2 more to go. Just one left. Last one.
Incredible. The beams don't line up with anything, though.
Let's keep looking.
because they need to make a particular shape, because they make particular shapes of countries. So now we need to move the globe so then that way they reflect with the shapes affected down there. Why won't this game let me accelerate? I'm getting a little impatient with this game, I will be frank with you. Like, is there still things for me to do from up here? Yeah, so it doesn't want me standing on it. And waterway from here.
Hey, there's a passage over here.
Oh my gosh. So it was still something over there. God damn it! I might be getting irritable in this late hour of the evening, it turns out. Ah, this allows us to get some water flowing, won't it?
Is that the water?
Nope, those are spiders.
Please, please tell me that you see them too.
Yeah, I see them.
Whatever you do, don't let them touch you.
Really?
Just stay in the firelight.
What are you doing?
You should be able to make it over to that brazier if I run for it.
You what?
I'll clear the way for you once I get there.
If you get there, you're mental.
We have to get the water flowing. You have a better idea?
If you throw the torch down there, you might be able to light the brazier.
You got it. Grab another one and try again. Looks like there's another brazier up there. Think you can throw the torch up there and light that thing? Nice throw. What are you doing? Move, Nate! They're after you! Hurry, Nate! They're on the move!
There we go.
You got it.
Come on.
Nice one.
Alright, so we now have water. And now we can do this.
Right, get on the other crank. Help me open
Let's
it.
give it a go.
There we go.
Don't tell me we have to swim across.
What's the matter, Charlie? Oh, Kitty don't like getting wet?
I hate getting wet.
Now, don't be such a sissy.
Jump. Alrighty.
Okay,
so
one more.
now- And it should hopefully move
All right,
the globe.
let's do this again.
We're getting there. We're getting there, chat.
It worked. It started to spin.
We should be able to rotate the globe now.
Now we're getting somewhere. Hey, it looks like those light projections might line up with the land masses.
Go on, give it a spin.
Alright, so we're looking for... There we go. Easy.
Nice job.
Although I will be real with you, it did like sort of auto-track the target near the end there.
To the inner crypts.
So we got...
Come on.
Let's go higher up. 30 more minutes, chat.
Here we go.
30 more minutes and we'll get there. Just 30 more minutes.
All right, we're looking for a knight's tomb, just like we found in France. Now, if my hunch is right, he'll be buried with the other half of our amulet.
Is that it?
Yeah, just like the one in France.
Amazing.
Yeah, brilliant. Let's get it open. There it is.
What did I tell you?
Let's see the other half.
Yeah, about that. Talbot has it.
Oh,
What?
come on.
Yeah, I told you how he ambushed us at the chateau. That's when he took it.
Well, why did we even bother then?
Hold on. Give me a little credit.
He did like a little etching.
There. You see?
And with the inscription complete,
we know exactly where to go in Yemen. Thank you very much.
Nicely done.
Yeah, all the same. I think I'll hold on to this one.
Yeah, like...
Alright, let's get the hell
Last time you got like hit with a hallucination dart. Like, what happens if you get hit with a hallucination dart again?
Shit. They must have followed us.
We better hope there's another way out of here. Oh, there's a draft over here.
Hey, come here.
Yeah, I can feel the breeze.
Awesome. Please be an outside wall.
It's got some give. Charlie, help me with this.
Yeah.
Guys, we don't have much time.
Come on, go!
And we just crushed a man.
Well, thanks very much. I'll take that.
Drop your weapons.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well then, what a dilemma. We seem to be equally matched. Until the rest of my men show up, that is.
We can wait.
Oh no. Guys?
Charlie?
Oh, God
How the...
damn it.
What?
Oh, that changes things a bit, doesn't it? Now drop your guns.
Why don't you go...
Carter, shoot him.
No.
Wait. Just stop. Okay?
Now that's better, isn't it? Shoot him.
You son of a
Carter,
bitch.
pull the trigger. My pleasure.
Ah, thank goodness he...
Head for the tower!
Go, go!
Shit! Come on!
Run!
Why on earth did you drop your guns?
Might have given us a wink or something.
Shit.
Oh,
Can't
no.
make it.
Okay,
And he was just getting good.
Charlie.
What the hell? You didn't get very far, did you? Hand it over. Piss off.
There's nothing we can do, kid.
Jesus, this is unbearable.
Oh, Carter. I had such high hopes for you.
Yeah, right.
It's true. You had potential. Now, well, it's funny how things work out, isn't it? You betray my trust, and now we find ourselves here. As if it were in the cards all along.
That's uncalled for.
Charlie, don't.
Shit.
Oh god, you're not gonna make that.
No! Hurry! Go! Charlie!
Okay, you're alive, thank Christ.
Don't move! Don't move!
Jesus, my leg. Don't touch it!
It's broken!
I know it's broken.
Just easy does it, Nate. Hang on. Nate, look at this.
Oh, what the hell?
This way!
Okay, we can't stay here.
Just leave me the gun. I'll kill those bastards.
No way. We're getting you out of here. Come on, get up.
I got him. You got it? You cover us.
Okay.
Go!
How is that possible? I shot him right in that.
It's an ambush!
Nasty boy, for it?
We need to get him to a doctor.
That wasn't gonna work.
How is that possible? I shot him right in that.
It's an ambush!
Nasty boy, wait. Are you for it?
We need to get him to a doctor.
Come on! Alright, fine, we're doing.
How is that possible? I shot him right in
Shit!
that.
Ambush!
Nancy boy, wait. Are you for it?
Damn it, I didn't get the other grenade in time.
How is that possible? I shot him right.
Shit! It's an ambush!
Nancy boy, wait.
And that was a fuck up on my side as well.
How is that possible? I shot him right.
Shit! It's an ambush!
Nancy boy, wait. Are you for it?
We need to get him to a doctor.
Well, they are behind a rail, which makes it really difficult to shoot, and I have to deal with the shield fella. Oh, thank Christ.
Get the hell out of here!
fairly fast with the riot shield. Oh, I totally forgot you were there. Damn it. I didn't know where they popped up then, the guy in the... Oh, come on!
It's an ambush!
Yeah, fucking riot shields are gonna be a pain.
Let's get the hell out of here!
Okay, that's kind of bullshit that you survived from a grenade twice. Okay, it took 2 grenades.
They're right behind us.
Help me with the door!
Yep, alright. Helping you with the door. Let's go.
Okay, come on, guys.
Oh, hopefully Charlie doesn't get
Sorry,
shot as we
Charlie.
get out.
Whew.
Look out! There's more of them!
Oh, crap!
Head the gate up!
Nice. Oh, wow. Thank goodness you missed it then. That would have spelt death for me. Oh, cool. He clipped ahead. Nice. We're doing it!
Come on, we gotta get the hell out.
I don't know how that skipped enacted, but it enacted.
Bastard sitting.
Alright, Chloe, help me with the door.
Okay, the bus.
Do we have
We're taking the bus.
Oh, cool, the tourist bus.
Attention.
You know, there's a lot of tourists.
Morning. Not worth the price of admission, folks.
Here we go.
Yeah, probably not. It's just old ruins.
Yeah. Right here. All right, I got this. You take care of him.
Here they come.
Sully, get us out of here.
Are we gonna get another, like, you know, turret sequence on the bus, or are we at least gonna have a momentary reprieve?
Looks like we lost him.
Oh, thank goodness.
All right.
Looks like we're gonna have a
We'll find some place to ditch the bus.
Great. You doing all right?
Oh, fabulous.
That was too close.
He'll be okay.
No, I mean the whole thing. Just isn't worth it, Nate.
Oh, you
Let this
too,
one
Chloe?
Oh, no. You can't just give up. If you let these bastards win, after this, I will never bloody forgive you.
Don't you worry, Charlie. There's no way I'm letting them win.
What is it with you? What are you trying to prove?
I'm not trying to prove anything.
Right.
So it's a plan, kid.
I guess I'm going to Yemen.
We need all action all the time. I don't. With 15 minutes left to spare in the stream, I kind of do want to find a nice lull point. Well, probably... Because hopefully I'm going to be approaching the halfway point in this game.
Oh, no.
Can you do a Google search to see how many chapters there are in this game?
I'm all ears.
What about... No.
I'm going to move to standing mode.
Make the call.
There we go. Yemen. Elena!
Foreign correspondent.
Hey, Sully.
How you doing, sweetheart?
Oh, no. Sorry, that's sort of frowned upon here.
Uh-oh.
Right.
You two can hold hands, though.
How are you, Elena?
Totally timed bromance right there. Just
you look
hold
great.
hands.
So, against my better judgment...
What chapter are you on now? We just ran through all of Syria, and we
Oh, and I
just
should be worried
landed in
about what's in
Yemen.
those bags, right?
It'll probably...
No.
Yeah. Not yet, anyway.
He went and held his hand.
Remember, you're journalists now. So try and act respectable.
Think you can handle that?
I think she's talking to you.
She's talking to both of us, but... Let's see what chapter it tells us we're at.
Reprobates up to?
It's just a little historical research.
Right. So that explains the big rush.
Exactly.
No cursed treasures?
Nope.
No diabolical warlords?
No.
You are the worst liar.
What?
You are.
Oh, come on. We're not going to start
Excuse
this,
me.
are we?
The car, where is it?
Oh, it's over there.
Sully is too old to be listening to a young couple's bicker.
Nate.
You're still wearing it.
Yeah, I am. It helps in this part of the world.
Oh, really?
Seriously? Don't flatter yourself.
What?
I see you're still wearing yours.
What? Oh, yeah.
That's what this is all about, isn't it?
What do you think about the new Odyssey from Nolan? Haven't seen it yet. The only Odyssey I've seen is Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
400 years ago, he came here.
Why, Nate?
That's what we're here to find out.
No, I mean, why this obsession? I'm just worried
I can take care of myself, all right?
No, you can't.
Not talking about you.
What, Sully?
He would go to the ends of the earth for you, Nate.
He didn't in
Just
Uncharted
don't ask
2, just pointing that out there.
Come on, that's not fair.
You think
What is
it'll be
that
a
even
greater
supposed
movie
to
than
mean?
Troy? I don't know. Like, here's the thing, is that I love my film and TV shows. Like, don't get me
Just
wrong,
drop us
I am a
to the edge of the city,
huge,
that'd
like,
be great.
multimedia, like, fanatic and what have you.
Now. I'm not taking my eyes off
But
of you.
I went through Oppenheimer, and Barbie, for me, was the stronger of the two films during the Barbieheimer fan fest. So, what, like, is it going to be better than Troy? Like maybe, just because of the fact of, like, Troy is a 2000 films and stuff. All right, we're at chapter 10, so we're not really halfway yet.
Drake's trail. We should head to the old quarter.
So we've got, like, a couple more minutes.
Well, it's all relative. The city was founded at least 3,000 years ago.
So.
All right, well, lead on.
Lamau, Troy might do better, but not about to speculate.
Right, there.
But yeah,
You
I
see the
haven't
tower
yet
up ahead?
seen
That's where the old city starts, so we need to make our way over there.
but yeah, I have not seen like the Odyssey from Christopher Nolan, so can't really do my speculation such. I've seen Troy, I've seen Brother, Where Art Thou? I mean, that's a
Okay, through here.
that's a story based off of like Homer's Odyssey.
All right, now I need you to be on your best behavior.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I'm serious. The police, they have patrols everywhere, and we don't need to arouse any suspicions.
You got it.
We're just gonna cut through the market.
Your family banned me from watching movies like Troy, etc. I get cranky at all the inaccuracies. You're gonna have to live with them. You're gonna have to live with the fact that Brad Pitt looks like Achilles. The Odyssey isn't even out yet here. Is it out in your country? It's not out in my country. It's not out in Australia as far as I know.
Huh. Okay, it looks like they got the street blocked off. I'll go see what I can do. You two just stay here.
That's not likely gonna happen.
Hey, she's still learning.
Oh, yeah. Apparently it helps in this part of the world.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
So?
All right, it's no good. They're not letting anybody through. Let's try over here. I know another way around.
Alright, alright. It's still a secret who plays Achilles. It would be so funny if it was Brad Pitt again. It would be so great if it was Brad Pitt from Troy fame playing as Achilles in the Odyssey. Although, to be fair, isn't the Odyssey set after the Trojan War? In which case, you know, Achilles is dead by then? Congratulations, Jack! You have a job! Woo! Claps for clap for Jax. Clap. Hopefully the Peppo clap. No, the Peppo clap doesn't. Hang on. What about clap? Does this clap work? No, that clap doesn't. Fuck. This clap. There we go. Odyssey starts from Troy. I thought Odyssey starts after the War of Troy. So like it's during Odysseus's like journey from Troy back home. So it had to happen after the war. Your ass is back in cinema? Nice. It's just another chain.
اسمح
Huh? Oh, good.
من فضلك افتح الباب.
But yeah, congrats! You got a job! You'll be able to afford things again.
Thanks, pal.
You'll be able to treat yourself
Yeah,
to,
get
you know, cool foods once in a while.
Okay, up here.
It does start after the war, but like a lot. Because Odyssey is the one who built wooden... Yeah, I know who... Like, also, it's not Odyssey, it's Odysseus. Like, actually, Artemis, maybe you could answer this, but did Homer come up with the name Odyssey
Yeah, it looks like we're
because
not
of Odysseus?
Gonna have to find
Or
another
did we
way
just
around.
use the name Odysseus because of the Odyssey? Yes.
Hey, up here.
It legit means the story of Odysseus. Oh joy.
Come on, follow me.
Boom, boom. All right, up here and then up here.
You two all right?
Yeah, on our way.
Lovely.
Guys, I don't think we
Like the Iliad is the story of Troy.
Just cut through. It'll be
Okay.
fine. Just don't break anything.
Now I want to go and get like a copy of Troy, so then that way we can watch that together, Artemis. Although it's not my turn to pick the movie again, it's your turn to pick the movie. Ooh, okay, this was a good cinema moment. Nice. That looked good. That looked cool. Huh.
Okay, see? Down there. Those buildings would have been hundreds of years old, even when Francis Drake was alive.
Right. Good thinking.
And there's Talbot.
Hey, huh? Talbot.
Who?
He's got Cutter's notebook.
What? Wait, what? Charlie Cutter?
Yeah, no time. Sully can explain everything.
Hey, wait a minute.
Meet you down there.
It's one of his two epics. The Iliad was the second. Did Homer just write 2 books and it was just a case of like, yep, that's all he needs to write? Because wasn't there, I remember there was like an author or something like that, I can't remember her name, but she did To Kill a Mockingbird, and that's the only book she wrote. She got herself a Pulitzer or some sort of like, you know, high level prize for her book To Kill a Mockingbird, and that was the only thing she ever wrote. Two epics, way more than that in books, because what we call chapters he calls books, but they're chapters on steroids. Homer was blind. They're the only 2 that survived. Okay. Okay. Ow! Fucking sucker punch.
Couldn't leave it alone, could you?
Come here.
Oh boy.
Not a complete boss.
Get him.
Oh, nice.
Hiya, boys.
Yeah, I slapped him with a fish.
Son of a...
Come on. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ. I got a big one to deal with. Get potted. Oh, shit. He's kind of like Kingpin, where he just takes a lot of hits, doesn't he? Just get hit in the nuts over and over again, please. There we go. Yeah, get hit with a pot. There we go.
Hey, come on.
Yeah, I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
This way. Hurry! Down here. Through here.
It's long been in the academic record that the actual writing down of the epics probably wasn't done by Homer. It was actually done by a collection of people, names unknown. They were compiling all the popular versions of the oral epic, which was the form the epic's tools prior to the written word, becoming popular in the 7th century BCE, if you prefer, and each traveling. Okay, so it's kind of like how like the prose Edda and the poetic Edda for like, you know, all the Norse mythology and all that kind of nonsense. That was a compilation of like sort of, you know, exchanges of the spoken mythos of the Norse mythology. But unfortunately, because of the prose Edda and the poetic Edda coming in after the Christian expansion into Norway, that much of the stories from the Norse mythology between the Vanir and the Aesir and Ragnarok and yada yada, they unfortunately do take on some Christian values, such as, you know, having like a hierarchy within the Norse, or some subtext, such as, you know, Odin being a quote-unquote king of the gods.
Guys, and what does Charlie have to do with all this?
Because each of them were like at least 100 years after Christianity pushed into Norway.
Him and Chloe.
Wait, Chloe too?
Yeah, but they both bowed out when Cutter broke his leg.
He broke his leg?
Just lucky he didn't break his damn neck or fall like that.
He's fine.
Just between that and burning to death, I think I would have jumped too.
Not helping.
All right, just tell me what you're really looking for.
What do we think about Nolan's grayish blue filter? It transfers from movie to movie, I think from Dark Knight Times.
I think we lost him.
I think out of the different Nolan films I've seen, I personally like the Dark Knight like the most, but that's because like I'm a huge DC fan comic guy. Tenet I want to enjoy because it's some really good trippy sci-fi with a little bit of spycraft. But I don't like. I'm still not 100% down on like the, you know, the Tenet like inverse time mechanics. Meanwhile, Oppenheimer don't really care for. Like Oppenheimer is one of those ones where it's like I think the unfortunate thing is like I'm going to be one of those weird Americans. Oppenheimer very much wants you to still subscribe to the mythos and like the mythic power of a nuclear warhead. Now, when it was you like as it was shown in the film, Oppenheimer, like, you know, they knew exactly how to like, you know, do a split the atom explosion. They had like 2 different bombs, but the second one, which was like, you know, pushing more and more or like atoms into a bomb to cause like a fission reaction, that was new. That's why they did the Trinity test. But here's the thing. All like the bomb, it was done at sort of the tail end of the war for World War II. Russia had already swept through all of Germany and were able to get over, and, you know, Hitler, you know, shot himself in the bunker and all that kind of nonsense. Italy had already, like, long since collapsed in the Axis power. So the only one that was remaining at the time was Japan as, like, you know, some greater force. America, like America's Navy and shit like that, had already been doing bombing campaigns into Japan. They did carpet bombs, they did fire bombs, and the fact is that they had different campaigns that were way more successful in terms of lives lost in a single bombing campaign or destruction of property in a single bombing campaign, both by a mix of different ordnance and fire bombs. Now, the mythos of the nuclear warhead. Some people are like, oh yeah, they dropped 2 bombs on Japan and that's what made them stop the war. No. A lot of American intelligence would have pointed out that, you know, they did the 2 bombs and, you know, Japan very much could have probably have just hunkered down and stayed more because the nuclear warheads did not do as much loss of life as other bombing campaigns, and they didn't do as much damage to property as previous bombing campaigns. What was surprising about them was just like, you know, just how quickly one bomb could enter and go off. That was really like the beauty of it. But we weren't exactly making nuclear warheads like, you know, like hotcakes. Like, it wasn't going off that quickly. Now, the real reason that Japan and, like, you know, signed, you know, the whole, like, surrender and all that kind of nonsense was because of a much more realistic threat in Japan's mind, which was that Russia, after going through their pillage and burning across all of Eastern over into Western Europe and getting as far over as Germany, they got there, They dealt with the German forces, and Stalin and his army, you know, full-on campaign of rape and pillage and looting and all that kind of nonsense, stopped and turned over towards the east, over towards China and Japan and Korea. And Japan's army at that point was like, either we take an L because of the very real threat of Russia, or we can kind of like, you know, sanctify, like, you know, have a little bit of like of our honor attached by, you know, bowing down to the quote unquote mythical bomb. So quite frankly, like if Russia wasn't turning around ready to go into Japan and go into that direction, Japan would have, you know, stuck around for a little bit longer with their war, because, you know, the nuclear warhead, yes, was devastating, but it wasn't the most devastating in terms of lives lost or property damage.
Look at this.
So, but yeah, after going through all that, like, you know, knowledge of the history and what have you, going through the Oppenheimer film, like, you kind of lose out on like the mythos, like, or like the mythology of them trying to have Oppenheimer seem like, you know, ah, yes, you know, after reflection of what I have done, after all the coordination we did across the four peoples. Ah, god damn it.
Really?
Also, to later on learn that there's just so much sci-fi, like so much sign. I asked a question. What's my star sign? Libra. It's the Libra. It's the scales.
What the? He only had 2.
Great. All right, just give me a hand with this.
All right.
Ready?
Oh, is it something to do with your stream? Is it something to do with your stream code?
What?
Because it's a well.
Shall we?
Hey guys, secret entrance to what?
Yeah, you're doing something.
Only one way to find out.
You're doing something. All right, we're at chapter 11.
Something.
All right, I am going to save it here. 51. Okay, we're over 51% of the way through the campaign. We are over halfway. What did I miss with star signs? Code the Yoshi was asking me what my star sign was, and I wasn't answering in time, and so they threw Cactar at me for whatever reason. You're literally halfway through now. Nice. Okay. I am going to call it here because, you know, quite frankly, it is late. It is past 10 o'clock right now. Oh my god, they got more stories about Grand Theft Auto. Also, I need to charge my controller and what have you, so that's gonna need to take a little bit of time there. But yeah, that is it for me. So we are most definitely gonna go through more of Uncharted next week. I am hopeful that we'll be able to get through the last of Uncharted within next week's stream, because if I've hit the halfway point, hopefully I will be able to, like, you know, go through it relatively quick. I'll be able to go through it with some relative ease, hopefully without, you know, fucking over like my skills in like combat and puzzle solving and what have you. So there is that. Now, I am going to have us raid into someone, and as tempting as it is to raid into Code the Yoshi, he don't deserve me. Actually, nah. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? We're gonna go raid into Code the Yoshi. You can be sure to ask him why they wanted to use my star sign. It's very important that we ask this. We don't want Beamy, we don't want Elias, we don't want the BFG, we don't want Corgi, we don't want Dang, Rumor. There they are, there's Code the Yoshi. Alright, we're gonna go. All right, we're gonna go with a custom raid message as well. So we're gonna go with the custom raid message of why are you asking for star signs? If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. I will be using mine, and I will be back online Friday night. Friday night, I am going to be going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Lord knows there is so much other like small, like inconsequential things I can be doing in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward, the tantalizing Stormblood, the player favorite Shadowbringers, up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime. I am hoping that's really something that like pops out to, like, who knows, maybe I'll go through Eureka or the Occult or anything like that. There's another $1. Wish I could. Wish I got $1 every time I said that. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And if I don't see you Friday night, hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.